What is going on? Happy Sunday, everybody. Coach, how you feeling?
I'm blessed and highly favored, bro. What's good with you?
Man, I'm blessed to see another Sunday, man. I have no complaints at all.
Yes, sir.
So, welcome everyone who is tuning in or will get a chance to tune in. Welcome to the Southern Baller Show. I am Jared O11 Green, of course, and this is my main squeeze, my homeboy, Coach 67 Sports TV. Southern Jaguar alum, historian, and he's also a real life coach. So, um, just excited to uh, tune in, have y'all tuning in. Uh, we're gonna talk again about what's been going on lately in the football world. HBCU, a little bit of HBCU. Of course, the divisional playoffs going on, and of course the drama that's been going on in the coaching carousel, and probably a little bit of the history of the transfer portals. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Um, Please like and subscribe and share the video. Please do that for me. I really appreciate it. Um, all the support I can get will be great. So God bless y'all. Thank y'all. Uh, and just want to go ahead and start with our new topic, coach. Is that okay? And I think you're gonna and like this a little bit.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Yes, sir. So the question: will Coach Odoms take Bashawn McCray as his quarterback one at Norfolk State? Um, that was brought to my attention last week. I did a little bit of research. Uh, Coach Odoms may look into grabbing Bashawn McCray since Bashawn McCray um, says basically Coach Odoms is familiar with Bashawn McCray. Uh, so and that Southern system. So you being a Southern Jaguar fanatic coach, of course I'm going to have you give your opinion or your perspective on this.
Yeah, I think Coach Owens would definitely want Bashawn McCray. Would Bashawn McCray be interested in going to Norfolk State? The reason why Coach Owens really would want Bashawn McCray is because the last time Coach Owens went to the SWAC championship game in Southern, he had an excellent offensive line and he had a good defense. The thing Coach Oldham's Alcorn State killed Southern with at the time was they had a great defense. Also, they had a great offensive line. In fact, the offensive line and defense at Alcorn was even better than Southern's offensive line and defense. But the thing that really was killing Southern was the mobile athletic quarterbacks, and the team that really represented that was the most was Alcorn State. So when he realized that he was getting killed by all these mobile athletic quarterbacks, you often heard me refer to Darius Skelton. Well, that's who he ended up going to get. Darius Skelton became his starting quarterback, and Darius Skelton led Southern to the SWAC championship game. And much like Bashawn McCray this year, he got Southern to the SWAC championship game against Alcorn State. But his inability to be able to pass the ball and the fact that he was a good playmaker, but he turned the ball over oftentimes. It led to Southern losing that particular SWAC championship game. And then the next year, with the COVID year, he did good in terms of, since that was Coach Prime's first season at Jackson State, and it was the spring season. Southern did well, and that was his last year at Southern. But Sean McCray is a carbon copy of Ladarius Skelton. They essentially the same quarterback. They're athletic. They're mobile. Not great pocket passers. I think Ladarius Skelton was able to make a few more plays than Bashawn McCray. Bashawn McCray, in terms of him passing, he could throw the ball out the field every once in a while, but most of his passes came from the short passing game, whereas Ladarius Skelton, he was able to make a few little short passes, but most of his passing plays, he was more of a vertical passer. But either way the cut go, both of them were limited as passers. So I think Coach Odoms would want Bashawn McCray. And I think Jay Good made an excellent point last week. I think uh, Coach Odoms would want Bashawn McCray, but the question is, would Bashawn McCray want to go to Norfolk State to be their starting quarterback? But I think he would take it.
I have to
I think
agree.
that would be.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Oh no, I finished making my point. That was my phone dinging.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why you pausing a little bit. Okay. Um, but I have to agree. I think Coach Odoms would know what to do with a quarterback like Bashawn McCray, like you said. Um, Coach Odoms had the Darius Skeltons, and other type running quarterbacks who wasn't, like you said, great pocket passers, but they knew how to use their legs more than their arm a lot of the times. So I definitely can see that um, that happened. But my biggest question though, Coach, is how will how you think Bashawn McCray will fare well, in how well will he do in I should say in the MEAC, in that tough MEAC conference?
Well, it would kind of depend on the caliber of weapons that he had around him and the kind of defense he had. Because, see, the thing that helped Bashawn McCray, I mean, not Bashawn McCray, I'm sorry, the thing that helped Ladarius Skelton so much at that time was that Southern had a very good running game, and Southern had a very good offensive line, and Southern had a pretty good defense. Now, I think the thing that kind of tipped the scales in favor of Alcorn State was the fact that Alcorn State had a better offensive line and they had a better defense, and they had added a quarterback too, but he was able to make more plays from a passing standpoint. In addition to that, they didn't need to rely on him as much because they had a better offensive line and a better defense. I mean, at that time, what Jackson State defense was this past year, Alcorn State defense was that at the time. And the only difference is they didn't have to blitz as much as Jackson State did to wreak as much havoc and cause as much chaos. So I think it just kind of would depend on the weapons that Bashawn McCray, the type of offensive line he had, the type of running backs, and the type of defense he had. And, and I think he would really know how to use him. But in terms of the MEAC, I'm going to be truthful. I the fact that MEAC had success in a Celebration Bowl against the SWAC recently, but I think from top to bottom, I think both conferences are top heavy, but I think there's a little bit more depth in the SWAC because there's more teams in the SWAC. I think maybe by the end of not this coming season, but the following season, I think Coach Olders might have Norfolk State in position where they could do something. So I think that would be a good fit for Bashawn McCoy because he started this entire year. He will be going into his junior year next year. So I think him and Coach Olders, I think they would be a good fit for each other. So by the end of by his senior year, I think they should be ready to compete if all things just kind of fell in line.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, um I agree wholeheartedly. I think if Bashawn McCray plays in the MEAC conference, I don't think he may not even start if Coach Odoms may is able to find a um, quarterback that can run and fairly pass decent enough to compete in that tough MEAC conference that you said that is fairly top heavy. as well as the sweat. Um, then yeah, me personally, I believe that he may be not he may not be able to play as far as starting quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, and I think in many instances, it's not necessarily if a guy is good enough or if a guy is capable of starting. It's just more from a coach's standpoint, your preference. Because many times over the year, even with Coach Richardson, you know, I remember, they had certain quarterbacks, like for example, uh, we talk about Glenn Bubba McDaniel. Glenn Bubba McDaniel was a backup behind Bashawn McCray this year, and Ladarius Skelton, that year there. So had we had, a coach that valued more of a legitimate dual threat quarterback, I mean, to be truthful, Glenn Bo McDaniel might have been able to win two SWAC championships. But I think unless he had a quarterback that was more athletic than Bashawn McCray, I think he would lean more towards Bashawn McCray because his track record shows, hey, Glenn Bubba McDaniel could both pass and throw. He had Ladarius Skelton that was just a glorified running back the way Bashawn McCray was this past year. And he had uh, John Lampley, who basically was the equivalent to what Harold Blood was this year. And he started Skelton. He would play Lampley occasionally, and he had McDaniel at the end of the bench. And McDaniel really was the best of the both worlds. So I think it just kind of depends on, what your preference is. And like I said, I've seen it over the years where, hey, Coach Richardson started this guy, but I thought that guy should be starting. I mean, I've seen it many instances over the years, whether it's
Yeah.
uh, this guy. I'm like, so I think it's just more of a preference. So, you might think he might not be good enough to play, but he might be the perfect guy for Coach Odoms or for whatever coach.
Okay. Okay. You being a coach yourself, I definitely would take um your words into consideration because um Bashawn McCray to us, he played okay last year, but in another system, he might just be like you said, the perfect quarterback, depending on the system. So definitely. Okay. All right. We're gonna move on to the next topic, and we're going to talk a little bit about the transfer portals versus the '90s versus now. So, Coach, and I asked Jay Good the question. Him being a player, played college ball in a HBCU in Power Five school. Uh, how would you how would just put yourself in the position of one of these coaches today, right? So if no, I should come at you like this, Coach. So let's jump in a time machine. Let's say we get Bear Bryant or um, even if we're gonna go so HBCU, we'll go Coach Eddie Robinson, and we'll grab those two coaches. You know what I mean? And bring him in this generation. Would they like this transfer portal? How this transfer portal is going on nowadays? Or any coach from the '90s? I know that was Coach Bear Bryant, coach in the '60s and the '70s up to the '80s. But just to give an example of if those old school type coaches will like this transfer portal rules now today. What's going on, Coach?
I mean, truthfully speaking, I don't think they would because you have to realize. I'll give you an example, right? In the '90s, Charlie Ward won a Heisman Trophy, right, at Florida State. But people don't realize he didn't get to start until his junior year at Florida State. So in those days, like if you look at somebody like Dylan Moroder, he stayed 1 year and he left. The Howard kid at LSU, he stayed 1 year and he left. Players nowadays, if they don't start immediately, like if they don't start as true freshmen, like they ready to jump in the transfer portal and go to JC, or maybe even go to another PWI, or maybe even come to HBCU. Whereas back in the '90s, first of all, if you played quarterback, especially if you were at a PWI, a Power Five type school like Florida State, you weren't gonna start a minimum of your until maybe your junior year if you were lucky. The reason being is because the landscape of the game was different. See, nowadays, these kids they know coverages like the back of their hand. Hey, they know if this team is playing cover one, cover two, cover four, cover three, whatever type of coverages they are, because they play so much
Mm.
7-on-7, and they literally not only do they play so much 7-on-7, but they literally playing year round. When you consider like they going to all these different camps, they playing 7-on-7, they doing all these different things. Whereas in the '90s, you actually had to learn the game. You weren't going to play as a true freshman unless it was. I mean, for you to play as a true freshman in that day and age, it was extremely rare. It was something that did not happen often. Whereas nowadays, guys won't start as true freshmen. In some instances, like Jay Gill was saying last week, these guys graduate early so they can go to this particular school and they could be ready for spring training, and so they could be ready as a true freshman. Whereas back then, that didn't happen. And in addition to that, also like Jay Gill was saying, if you were at a 1A school, FBS school, and you want to transfer, if you were transferring to a school on that comparable level, just say for example, you were LSU and you want to transfer to Alabama or vice versa, you're gonna have to sit out a year. So you lose that year eligibility unless she had already redshirted. And once you graduated, you will get that year eligibility back in. So if you were at Alabama and you were a true freshman and you didn't get to start as a true freshman, you were upset. You said, all right, okay, I want to transfer to LSU. Well, you'd have to sit out a year. So if you didn't get to play your freshman year and you didn't redshirt, you would transfer to LSU your sophomore year, but you would have to sit out the entire sophomore season. And then you wouldn't be eligible again till your junior year. Whereas now with the transfer portal, and people don't really realize that the transfer portal really only came into fruition because of COVID. But the thing about that being said too, the reason why Southern really benefited so much from LSU was the fact that if you were at a 1A school, if you transferred to another 1A school, you'd have to sit out a year unless it was your senior year, unless you were a grad student or whatever the case may be. But the only way you could play right away is if you transferred on to a lower level school. So that's why in the '90s you saw so many guys like Nemesis Bates and Michael Hayes and Jermaine Sharp and Chris Cooper. That's why they all transferred from LSU to Southern. Is because if you transfer from LSU to Louisiana Tech or LSU to ULM or ULL, you'd have to sit out a season. But if you transfer from LSU to Southern, or LSU to Grambling, or LSU to Jackson State, you would be eligible to play immediately. So that's why those guys they would transfer from LSU to Southern, because in all actuality, if you look at somebody like Micah Hayes, one of my coaching friends and I would argue about it all the time. He was like, well, he wasn't gonna ever get to play at LSU because you had Josh Reed and you had Michael Clayton and you had all of these NFL caliber receivers at LSU at the time. But I'm like, dude, he was 6'5", 210. Even though he wasn't as fast as those guys, I mean, he had a basketball background, so he was able to high point the football. That's why if you look at Southern in like 98, 99, 2000, he was able to, make all of these catches. I mean, he was big, he was strong, he could catch a 5-yard, 10-yard curl. and he could take it like 60 yards. He wasn't fast, but he was able to break so many tackles because he was so much stronger than defensive backs that he was playing against. But if you look at the transfer portal nowadays, since Coach Prime was at J State, you know, a lot of guys see that HBCU option, but like Jay Good was saying last week, the transfer portal is a luxury. You know, hey, maybe if you were at Alabama and you were 5-star, you didn't get to play. All right, I'm gonna hop in the portal. Now I could transfer to, I don't know, maybe UNC. I could transfer to Texas, to University of Texas. I could transfer to Notre Dame. I could transfer to USC. I could transfer wherever. So it's more of a luxury. But like he was saying, you have to be careful about what you're doing because a lot of these guys they go in the transfer portal and they get stuck. So unless a coach or someone is advising you, it'll be in your best interest to pretty much stay put where you are because even you look at someone like Jordan Lewis, it might have been a possibility where Jordan Lewis could have gotten the transfer portal and got stuck. But Coach Dooley was like, hey, hey, we welcome you back to Southern with open arms, and he just came back to Southern. Of course, I'm almost certain he didn't have the kind of senior year he would have liked to have,
No.
but nevertheless, the transfer portal is a luxury for a lot of players. Especially if you're a highly touted guy. You're a 5-star kind of guy, whatever the case may be. But the downside to it is if you jump in the transfer portal, you better be certain you have somewhere to land. And I think the social media age, you kind of if you don't have an in goal or in game in mind in terms of hey, I want to go to this one particular school, you better be able to recruit yourself and sell yourself. Like Dylan Moroder, he threw his practice footage, on Twitter, and that's kind of what got him the look he got. But it's more of a luxury. Traditional coaches like you said, Coach Bear Bryant, Coach Robinson, they probably would frown upon that type of thing. But I think they were such good coaches. I think they probably would adapt. And of course, Bear Bryant, his situation, and of course somebody like Coach Robinson's situation with the integration, it's kind of almost like comparing apples and oranges. It's different. Whereas like if you were elite black player during segregation, hey, you probably wasn't going. Grambling probably was your best option at that particular day and time. Whereas if you look at somebody like Coach Bear Bryant, it was the same on the opposite end of the spectrum. He got all the elite white athletes, and then after a certain time frame, his other coaches showed him like, hey, you need to have you some black athletes because these guys are the fastest, the strongest, whatever the case may be. He eventually came around, but I think someone like him he would adapt. Whereas somebody like Coach Rob, he was more old school, he was more traditional. But I think even as great as he was, he would be able to adapt and just like most coaches, are even somebody like Nick Saban, he gradually adapting, as we do this thing on the fly, with the NIL deals and the transfer portal, he's adapting every day. So Alabama isn't on top yet, but I'm certain at some point he'll figure it out. But just to kind of go
Yeah.
back to what you're saying, it's a different day and age. It's more of a luxury for the players. The coaches are adapting, but I think if you're a great coach, you'll figure it out.
And I just want to rephrase the topic: the transfer rules in the '90s versus now, which is the transfer portal. So, and Coach, you basically summed it up, hit the nail on the head. Uh, why some coaches in the '90s um would uh and Jay Good corrected me. They wouldn't be irritated, but it was it will stop them from keeping um all that talent on the teams like they did back in the day. Like a lot of them teams back in the '90s, they will have like a whole bunch of 5 stars or 4 stars, um, just in the running back, just on the running back depth chart. Now, uh, same thing is happening, but if a couple of you might next year you might lose a couple of those 4 stars or even 5 stars if they wanting to play somewhere else or wanting to start. And if they feel like they're not being utilized enough, they will jump in the transfer portal. And like you said, uh, some of those players might get stuck depending on the type of talent the player is. So actually, the transfer portal will now in this generation um, benefits the 4 star to 5 star type caliber player. So somebody like Jordan Lewis, who's a damn good player, don't get us wrong. He was a Buck Buchanan World Award winning in 2022. Uh, but I mean, he's a scheme. He won. He played
The system.
the system.
Yeah, but
He
he was
ate off that system. Thank you, coach. He ate
yeah
off that system. I had to be
he
careful with my words.
he
He ate
flourished.
off that system. Go ahead.
Yeah, he flourished more as a 3-3 stack, 3-4 type outside linebacker hybrid defensive end. Whereas they played some 4-2-5, but that's the beauty of the 3-3 stack. That's one of my coaching friends. That's why he's so high on the 3-3 stack is because you kind of transition to multiple. Your defense is multiple. Whereas with the 4-2-5, he basically his hand is in the dirt. He's a defensive end, and in many instances he caught the opposing team's offensive tackles off guard when he blitzed. In certain instances, he had just line up wide and just run by him. But most of the time, he was blitzing, whereas they knew he was coming this year. He didn't catch anybody else surprising. Team schemed better for him, so it was more of the scheme and the system. And you brought up a valid point because in terms of like the transfer portal, because people don't realize in that day, like we talked about Florida State, but they had Warwick Dunn, they had Rock Preston. Rock Preston probably in the days time he would be a 5-star running back, and
Yeah,
Bobby Bowden had both of them playing at Florida State. And as good as Rob Preston was, he had to like take the back seat to Warwick Dunn. So in the day and age, he would not be patient enough to say, all right, I'm gonna be a backup to Warwick Dunn. He would transfer, to Alabama, he would transfer to LSU, he would transfer somewhere else. But the way the rules were structured at that time, University of Florida was a powerhouse team too. But he just couldn't transfer from Florida State to Florida. If he transferred from Florida State to Florida, he would have to sit out a year. Or if he transferred from Florida State to the University of Miami, he would have to sit out a year. But if he decided, hey, I'm gonna transfer to Bethune-Cookman or Tennessee State or Jackson State or Southern, he would literally just walk right into the start lineup, and he probably would be an NFL prospect. So that's why P. Richardson ate so much because he, he benefited a lot from LSU, and that's the reason why Nick Saban. That's why I said Nick Saban. He's gonna adjust. He saw so many of his players leave from from LSU and go to Southern and walk right into the starting lineup and become NFL prospects. He put that ban on players transferring from LSU to Southern. And people don't realize when you transfer from one school to another, the team has to kind of sign off on it. So, at that point, he put the block. And of course, when they finally did lift it, uh, probably about 5 years ago, maybe. By that point, the landscape had changed so much, and that's the crazy thing about it. Before the transfer portal, guys, and just say the guys in the late '90s like Mike Hayes and Jermaine Sharp and those type of guys, they would transfer from LSU to Southern. Whereas, maybe about 5 to 10 years ago, guys would transfer from LSU to like Auburn or LSU to another SEC school. And even if they didn't want to go to another SEC school, they would transfer from LSU. They would go to a JC, and they would go to sit in JC one year. Then they would go to school they would want to. Whereas with the transfer portal, it's kind of like a similar thing where you can pretty much go wherever you want now. But like you said, it benefits more the 4 or 5 star kind of guy. They really don't have to recruit themselves. But if you somebody like a Bashawn McCray, whoever, Dylan Monroe, whoever, you have to be able to sell yourself. And that's where if you don't have that kind of hustle, I'm gonna put out my practice footage. I'm shop myself to these different teams. If you're not that guy, it'll probably be in your best interest just to stay where you are.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I'm just gonna make some shout outs in the chat. Uh, what's going on, Mr. Shelton? I appreciate you for tuning in. Uh, Brent Fox, love you, brother. Thanks for coming in. Salute Coach 67, my brother Gerald Old Evergreen, LDBC family in the chat. Jay Barr, thank you for stopping by. Salute panel in chat. Appreciate y'all. Love all y'all. Thank y'all. I got a question for you. If you take the 2001 Miami Hurricanes, which are considered one of the greatest college football teams ever assembled, and you take that ball club and take a time machine and bring them in this generation, all those players staying? Is Clinton Portis staying on the roster? Is Jarrett Payton, which was Walter Payton's son, staying on the roster? Is Antrell Rowe staying on that squad? What you think, Coach? Is Willis McGahee staying? Najee Davenport? Are all those players staying in this generation?
I mean, truthfully speaking, if you Kellen Winslow the second, are you gonna sit behind Jeremy Shockey knowing that you can
My
leave
point
the U,
exactly.
knowing that you can leave the U and you could go play for Nick Saban at Alabama, or you could go to Clemson, you could go to Notre Dame, or you go to TCU, you go to wherever. More than likely not. Clinton Portis might be the man. You know, and you left out Frank Gore. Frank Gore didn't even get to play behind those guys. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
Frank Gore was like a freshman. Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, uh, you know, you got guys that was literally like all world type guys. Because in the comparison I made, of course, that '01, honestly, that's probably like the greatest college football team to me ever.
Yeah,
But
me too. Top to bottom.
even if we made the comparison with Warrington and Rock Preston, in the day and age, all of those guys not staying, even like a Rock Preston. Man, Rock Preston would love Florida State. Even as good a recruiter, as good a coach as Bobby Bowden was, man, nowadays these guys are not staying put. And like I said, the Jeremy Shockey, Kellen Winslow, that's probably the best example. I mean, Jeremy Shockey was great, Kellen Winslow was great, and you got to realize that in that day and age, it was more seniority too. That's why you might have, you know, somebody like we say Jeremy Shockey. He was there already. He gonna start over, even though him and Kellen Winslow both great talents. He had earned his stripes, whereas Kellen Winslow just was getting there. Whoever in a running back, whoever been there the longest, that guy probably was gonna end up starting. You had Andre Johnson. Uh, you know, I mean, you had Warren. You had guys. That team just was so loaded, and they probably went maybe about five deep at every position. In the day and age, a lot of those guys they would not stay. They would go elsewhere because with the landscape being what it is, you know, Kellen Winslow II was highly recruited. And his daddy being a great NFL tight end. So in that particular instance, man, those guys would not stay put. I'm not. Some of them would, you know, but
And then you had Sean Taylor, a freshman, on that team.
yeah, Sean Taylor.
Yep.
Yeah, Sean Taylor was on that team. I mean, you just was loaded. You know what I'm saying? You had Jonathan Bilmer. So
Then DJ
uh,
Williams.
yeah, I mean, they just were loaded across the board. So many of those guys that was the backup on that team, they probably all those running backs were not fit. No way. So Porter will start. You probably gonna lose a couple of them backs. In today's day and age, of course, it's different than it was back then. If you look at Florida State in like '93, they found a way where even though Rock Preston wasn't a feature back, Mark Jones was a feature back, but Davies got him carries. We talked about Southern last week. Just kind of going to show you how timing is everything. At one point, Southern had Melvin Williams Jr., they had Jermaine Sharp, and then Lionel Nicholas. But when it was just Melvin Williams Jr. and Lionel Nicholas, Lionel Nicholas, I knew he was a starting punter, but he didn't get to play a running back like talking about. Like, you mean to tell me Pete Richardson couldn't incorporate him into the offense? Whereas you got speed back and the power back, they kind of feed off each other. No, Melvin Williams Jr., he got all the touches, and they ran the Florida State offense, so they would go from the eye to the shotgun and shotgun to the eye. So when Melvin Williams Jr. didn't run the ball, they just got in the shotgun and they threw it. And then Lionel Nicholas would get like the end of the game type touches. And then the next year, Jermaine Sharp, who started running back as a sophomore at LSU, he transferred to Southern. And of course, Kevin Falk became the starting running back at LSU. And now Pete Richardson bumped Jermaine Sharp in front of Lionel Nicholas. So at that point, Lionel Nicholas is only just a punter now. He third string running back. You don't get no touches. And the crazy thing about it, we talked about how timing is everything last week. Literally, all three of those guys went on the team the next year, and Steve Wolfer transferred from Cal, and he literally walked right into the starting lineup. Whereas, had he been there maybe the previous year, he might have got to play, but you already got three talented running backs in front of you. Whereas in the day and age, all these guys, they would not stay put. You know, if you got a loaded running back room, a lot of those guys will move around. So it's just a different day and age with the transfer portal. Like Jay Good said, it's a luxury. I mean, it's a luxury for the 4 and 5 star guys. Whereas if you are lesser known talent, you would have to recruit yourself. You would have to be able to sell yourself, and you got to come up with innovative ways to really get eyes on you, like the way Dylan Marotta put his practice footage on Twitter. That was pretty ingenious on his part.
Yeah, it was. He definitely had to put himself out there so he can be scouted. So yeah, man, it's this topic is very interesting because we think about all them talented teams in the '90s, from Joe Paterno at Penn State, or the Notre Dame squads, and of course we just talked about the 2001 Miami Hurricanes, but a lot of the 1990 time frame Miami Hurricanes, a lot of them wouldn't have stayed either, um, because of the talent. So if all those teams had that rule, that just transfer portal rule as we do now, I agree, Coach. A lot of them wouldn't have stayed put, especially if they get a chance to start uh, at another Power Five program and show what they can do. Maybe even get a chance to be drafted more higher in the NFL draft. So very good perspective, Coach.
And even with that being said, all the success Pete Richardson had in the '90s with all the transfers from LSU, would he have that kind of same kind of success now in the day and age with the transfer portal? So he benefited from the rules in that time. Would he be able to benefit now? So that's another thing we got to think about. So
Absolutely, absolutely. Moving on to the next topic. You guys see it down there. Roquan Smith, which is linebacker, former Chicago Bears linebacker, All Pro linebacker, who got traded to the Baltimore Ravens. Um, First couple of weeks on the squad, got paid $100 million contract, but Lamar still doesn't have his contract negotiations situated. So, Coach, my question to you is, um, it's all over all sports centers, the sport worlds, all the sports shows, right? Some people say because this didn't help, of course. But do you think because of the example of like this, is Lamar going to stay? Did the Ravens just show Lamar Jackson that, yeah, we paid defensive player who's pretty good. But anybody know anything about the Baltimore Ravens? They mainly favor the defensive side of the ball. But nowadays, you got to have an offense that know how to score because the rules favor the wide receiver, especially if um, the new rules nowadays. They're trying to protect a lot of the players. God forbid, we don't want any more Damar Hamlins, right? So, but are the Ravens even trying to settle things as far as Lamar Jackson's contract dispute? What you think, Coach?
Well, to be truthful, I mean, to me, in the media, they're saying all the right things. You know, Harbaugh Company, they basically saying, they have, he's confident that they're going to get a deal done. It's going to happen. It's bound to happen, and blah 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 blah. And but I've always been the type of person. You know, I'm not moved by what you say. I'm moved by what you do. And even though in the public they're saying all the right things, behind the scenes they not they not putting action behind what they're saying. And the fact that I understand Roquan Smith is the best defensive player they have on their team, but to me, I think it's a slap in the face to Lamar Jackson that you gave him $100 million, and he just literally just got here in the trade with Chicago, like right at the trade deadline. And this guy, you drafted him, he's been with your franchise, and you haven't paid him. And I mean, I understand in terms of the amount of money that the two of them looking at is like $150 million difference, whereas Roquan Smith got $100 million contract, and Lamar Jackson, he wants a $250 million contract fully guaranteed. Now, I understand the fact that he wants his contract fully guaranteed. That's a sticking point. The fact that he doesn't have a traditional agent that's a buffer between himself and an organization. His mom is his agent. That's another sticking point. But even with all that being said, from a personal standpoint, just being on the outside looking in, to me, it's an insult, just a slap in the face because he's been there, whereas Roquan Smith just got there, and you basically, I know he's earned his stripes with the Bears, but that's not as a Raven. So you giving him, he got the bag, whereas I kind of have to wait. It's insulting, and from a personal standpoint, I've been there because one particular coaching job I was at the previous school, I had been there 2 years. This guy had been there 2 weeks. And, they made him the head coach and they wanted me to be his assistant. And I'm like, I'm not carrying him. I mean, I know what was going to happen. I was going to do all the heavy lifting. And he was going to get all the credit. I'm like, man, I'm not doing that. And in this particular situation, I know Lamar Jackson is the best offensive player. Roquan Smith is the best defensive player. But even with that being said, I really just think in this particular situation is an insult, is a slap in the face. And I think that when they gave Roquan Smith, when they gave him that contract, I think they sent a message to Lamar Jackson. I think there's some animosity. Like we said last week, there's some animosity in that particular situation. I think if Lamar Jackson, if he could, he would just leave. But the fact that the leverage is on the Ravens side, they're gonna try to franchise tag him. He might not, he might not. He might just take the franchise tag. He might hold out, or he might just play 1 year to the franchise tag. They might try to tag him again. But eventually, he may just try to walk away, or maybe he might make it clear to them, hey, I'm never going to sign a contract unless it's fully guaranteed. So you just might as well trade me. You never know, they might trade him for someone like Justin Fields. I doubt it, because from an organizational standpoint, it would be stupid. Because Justin Fields, even though he's a good quarterback, he hasn't proven that he's a franchise quarterback the way Lamar Jackson is. So at the end of the day, I think they pretty much send a message to Lamar Jackson, you know, and I think it's sending a bad message to your team if you don't, like I said last week, franchise quarterbacks are few and far in between. It's not that many in the NFL. You got Lamar Jackson, you got, Joe Burrow, you got uh, Pat Mahomes. Brady. He's in the twilight of his career. But it's not. Yeah, and Allen with the Bills. There's not a whole lot of franchise quarterbacks in the fact that this guy's the face of your franchise. You're not willing to go all out to sign him. You know, you setting a bad precedent for your team. So
I
you
agree.
setting a bad precedent for your team, and they just needed to pay that man.
Oh Lord, Picasso coming here spamming my chat with the Cowboys. You know what? I want to hope. I hope y'all Cowboys fan. I'm sorry, a little static, guys. I'm sorry. I really hope y'all do win the Super Bowl this year, so y'all can be quiet. Coach said that's gonna make it worse.
I don't like people.
Picasso talking about Cowboys virus. Yeah, the play. We're gonna talk about the playoffs. The Cincinnati Bengals won. Giants lost. Uh, it's 49ers Cowboys tonight, right?
Yeah, 49ers Cowboys tonight. The Chiefs beat the Jaguars yesterday.
Yeah,
The Eagles, so yeah.
the Eagles beat the Giants. Yep, it's gonna be interesting. But just going back to the topic. Yeah, I watched me. Me being a Baltimore Ravens fan. I watched the press conference with our general manager uh, Eric DaCosta and of course the head coach uh, John Harbaugh, and they basically were saying they're going to try to get the Lamar Jackson deal done, and but one of the biggest things that I think may um, I'm not saying it will happen, but may save uh, Lamar chance of staying here is we got rid of our offensive coordinator Greg Roman, which coach dropped out, but it's okay. He's gonna come back. But uh, we've been trying to get rid of Greg Roman for Baltimore Ravens fans wanted to get rid of Roman for uh, a long time because his offensive play calls was very predictable. Um, don't get me wrong. His first couple of years here, we were able to be um, the number one running as far as running game uh, offense in the league, but our passing game suffered bad. So basically, Lamar wanted basically more weapons to help him improve the passing game, and we just didn't do that at all. We did a poor job surrounding him with the weapons. We surrounded him with tight ends, but we surrounded him with a lot of um, so um, wide receivers. Yeah, because so y'all gotta, we just gotta get by the 49ers quarterback. Welcome back, coach.
Good to be back, bro. But so basically, you broke down from a Ravens fan standpoint what you think would keep Lamar Jackson in a Baltimore Raven, pretty much, right?
Yeah, so we got rid of Greg Roman, which anybody know who Greg Roman. The any
Yeah.
if you Picasso, um, no, I'm sorry, I'm about to say Picasso. Picasso is a Cowboys fan, but anybody who is 49ers fan or Buffalo Bills fan will tell you Greg Roman is good for only one thing, and that's running the ball. And once defenses shut that down, uh oh. So we did not do a great job providing Lamar with um, great good great offensive linemen to protect him efficiently, and of course, which and I'm not just gonna put this on Greg Roman. This has been the history of the Baltimore Ravens since we was created. Um, since uh they was overnight they was brought over here from Cleveland. But
Wow.
yeah, yeah. Uh, we never was able to groom a wide receiver that we drafted. I'm not talking about getting one from free agency. Um, but we were never able to draft a wide receiver and make him a star. That's our only. The closest we ever done that was um, we had a chance to do it with Marquise Brown and Torrey Smith, and we fell short. So yeah, we need to get him some weapons, man. Like just we need to get him stud wide receivers around him. Not no. I like Marquise Hollywood Brown, but he a little speedster. But we don't need little speed. Well, we need speed, but we need like an Anquan Bolden type or um coach. You know what I mean? You being a Saints
Michael
fan, that's Michael Thomas. There you go, a Michael Thomas type wide receiver. That's healthy. That stay healthy.
Thomas.
I had to throw that in there because Michael Thomas is a dog, but he's been bitten by the injury bug a lot,
Very prone.
very. But that is don't get me wrong. If Lamar decides to leave and another team gives him the contract that he wants and he decides to bite, then I wish him all the luck. But I'm just is it we if that ever happens, as far as quarterback wise, we're going to suffer. And I think I think we need to do everything in our power to keep him to stay because he's as far as in the quarterback um quarterback wise, we never had anything like him.
Yeah, I understand. But 25 teams would want him. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But we'll see, right? We'll definitely see. But yeah, that Roquan, unless we're gonna give Roquan Smith that amount of money and we're gonna trade one of our big stars to make room for Cap, other than Lamar. I'm talking about in the aspect of keeping Lamar. if,
I
if
doubt it.
we, I that's the same thing my brother said. We he doubted, but that's the only thing I can think of. It's not looking good though for the people, for the Baltimore Ravens fans who want to keep Lamar in Baltimore. It's definitely not looking good. Who winning the game? I know who's playing. The Cowboys and 49ers just started.
Oh, okay.
But we're gonna finish the show. We're not gonna rush. Uh, give me 1 second.
Yeah, because I saw on Instagram a Cowboys fan bet $20 on the Cowboys over 49ers. I'm like, whoa.
Oh yeah, they go hard for theirs.
Man,
Picasso
hey,
would tell you
I'm not
it
betting
definitely go
$2 million.
hard for there.
Hey, I love the Saints. If I had $2 million cash, I'm not putting $2 million cash on the Saints winning.
And speaking of Lamar, I want to move on to this topic. Um, so you remember that Lamar was hurt during the time we found out we were going into we made it to the playoffs, and we were going to that first playoff game, first round playoff game with the Cincinnati Bengals. So everybody
Mm-hmm.
was saying, and we covered it a little bit of it yesterday with Jay Good, last show. But of course, the video that I showed everybody on that show, Sean Payton was one of the ones that said he needs to at least try to play, be out there, or be out there to support his team. My thing is how y'all football coaches and players, and y'all forgot that if you hurt, you're not technically you don't have to travel. And plus, in certain as
But
in
think about it.
aspect, go ahead, go ahead, coach.
His history, with the bounty gate situation, and he's not in a position to tell Lamar Jackson what to do.
Exactly. So thank you, coach. So while and that's the name of this next topic. While in the middle of the past year's bounty gate in New Orleans, Sean Payton is telling Lamar Jackson to play in the playoffs. So, Sean, if those who you don't know, a couple of years back, and you got to help me remember you being a Saints fan, coach. What was that? What I know is in the old 2010s,
Yeah,
right?
it was like 2010. They won the Super Bowl in '09 and show 10. In the following season, they had a bounty gate situation where basically, players were getting additional compensation for like injuring players, that sort of thing. The thing about it was, many people felt like he he really didn't have full knowledge, and he didn't tell players to do this. He didn't instruct them to do it. However, just like some of these coaches, like just say for example, Coach O at LSU. Part of the reason why he got fired, besides them losing, was the fact that you know you got all of these things going on at LSU. It's a lack of institutional control. The same thing with Urban Meyer at the University of Florida. You got players going crazy doing all of these silly things, even though you're not aware of 100% of what's going on. You the head coach. You're supposed to have control of the situation. It's a
Same
lack of
thing with
institutional
the
control.
same thing, and I mean to cut you off. I just want to add this. Same thing with the Joe Paterno and the Sandusky situation when he was
Sandusky, yes, sir.
molesting the kids, and that was happening under Joe Paterno. He may not, like you said, he may not know what was going on, but it still is not a good look at all because it was happening under
Yeah.
your watch.
What? Well, let's sugarcoat it a little bit. We was gonna say inappropriate touching because YouTube with their guidelines, they could be
Oh yes,
tricky
yes, yes.
on the
Thank you.
word. Yeah, but anyway, even with that being said, is a from a coaching standpoint, it looks like a lack of institutional control.
Yeah,
On the college level and on the NFL level, it's basically you don't have control of your franchise. You the captain of the ship, and when the NFL when they basically they he was out for the whole year because of that. Hey, he shut up. He didn't give any pushback. He just took his punishment, and that was the end of it. And based on your history, because I think as human beings we are hypocrites to a certain degree because we all have a past. We all have things we've done. None of us are perfect. However, in this particular situation, with him being as injured as he was, based on your track record being the head coach of the Saints, you would have sense that would try to intentionally go out and target Lamar Jackson had he played in the game. So, like in the situation you in, bro, just shut up. I mean, he's gonna always side with the owner and with the franchise and that type of thing. So that's what made me think, when we saw him, hey, saying, he was in agreement with Michael Vick and everybody else on the panel. But it's like based on your track record and everything you went through with the Saints, especially the Bounty Gate situation, like you're not in a position to tell this kid to go out there and further injure himself, And I talked about it last week with Isaiah Thomas, not Isaiah Thomas that played for the Pistons, however, Isaiah Thomas that played for the Celtics. Him, keep fighting through the hip injury that he had and pushing through and carrying the Celtics team on his back. It pretty much he cost himself millions and millions and millions of dollars because he fought through all of those injuries and he kept playing when he should have rested. So one, he ended his prime years of basketball. That was like the best year he had. And had he just rested up and came back the next year, he would have been good to go. But his contract he was at the end of that year. And Danny Ainge didn't pay him. All they ended up doing was, just trade him to the Cavaliers. So, but more than anything, him putting himself in a vulnerable situation. Just say he played against the Saints in, 2009, 2010. Man, they would have got after Lamar Jackson. So he's not in a position to tell this kid to go play, especially when he got a quarter of $1 billion riding on his health and his safety. So
And what wasn't Rob? Mm, sorry for the static, guys. Wasn't Rob Ryan on that staff?
he ended up coming a couple of years later.
Okay, just want to make sure. Yeah, but yeah, like you said, he's the last person to. Like you said, he just needs to shut up. He's the last person to say anything. Period. Point blank. Period. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Coach. But moving on to the next topic. Uh, who you think is gonna win the Super Bowl, Coach? Just I know it's we okay. Let's see. So we got Cincinnati, and then is it going to either be the Cowboys and it's either going to be the Cowboys and the 49ers playing the Eagles, and we already got the Cheese, and then we already know it's the Cheese going to be the Cheese versus the Bills. Excuse me, the Bengals. So who you think is going has a good chance winning the Super Bowl in your opinion?
Um, my pick at this point, I say the Chiefs. Uh, I mean, I know Pat Mahomes isn't at full strength, but based on his pedigree and what he's been able to do, uh, I mean, I think he's going to be. I think they're going to be the team to beat. But the crazy thing about it is, since I'm in South Louisiana, Joe Burrow, he played for LSU. A lot of people within my orbit, they all picking the Bengals because of Joe Burrow. But me personally, I'm gonna go against the grain and I'm gonna say the Chiefs.
I'm gonna go ahead and pick the Eagles. I like them from top to bottom, and my uncle being a Eagles fan, um, I know he's gonna love that. But I just like them from top to bottom, and of course I will be wrong. They still have to play the Cowboys or the 49ers, whoever is the victor of that game. But I just like the Eagles. Uh, just their talent from top to bottom, O line, offense and defense on both sides of the ball. They got your boy CJ. CJ Gard, what's it? He got two.
C.J. Gardner Johnson.
CJ
C.J. Gardner
Gardner
Johnson.
Johnson was balling yesterday, man.
I,
And
I
then
told you. I told you when
That
the
D
Saints
line
played,
is decent.
that was a bad move.
Secondary decent. Yeah, it was. It was. I would have kept him. Um, Secondary is decent. Not world beaters, but they're able to get the job done if that D line do his job. What they have been doing. Hassan Reddick is balling. Brandon Graham he's a little bit longer than two, but he's still turning that corner, trying to get to the quarterback. The interior, um, Jordan Hargrave, South Carolina State alum, is wreaking havoc in that middle. I mean, and I think they signed Sue, right? Don't Is Sue still on the squad?
Uh, I don't know. I know at one point, he was talking about retirement, and they ended up picking him up. So I don't know if he's still there or not.
Uh, he is.
Yeah, and
He's still on the squad.
and the crazy thing about it is, it didn't hit national news yet, but in terms of C.J. Gardner Johnson, we always talk about there's more to it behind the scenes. Him and the Saints couldn't come up. They couldn't agree to terms in terms of getting him a contract extension. They 53 million over the cap anyway, so I don't know. I don't know if that would worked out anyway. But the crazy thing about it is the way the was camp was coming out like locally is the fact that it was more to it. It felt like he was like maybe he was gonna be a locker room cancer, whatever, whatever. And I'm like, man, that's just a way to justify not paying him, you know. And as a Saints fan, as much as Tyrann Mathieu was great at LSU, I'd rather have C.J. Gardner Johnson in the Saints secondary right now, as opposed to having Tyrann Mathieu. And that's just my personal opinion.
That's saying a lot, Coach. And I
Yeah.
can see that how just watching him play and his attitude, and I can see why you would say that. So I'm not going to say you're a total fool for saying that, but I can see where you coming from because he's just a baller, man.
He is.
He's about Tyrann Matthew, a beast. Don't get us wrong, but
But I mean, they similar players, but a couple things that kind of favors C.J. Gardner Johnson. And first of all, in terms of just height alone, the hunting badger might be 5'8". C.J. Gardner Johnson is like 5'11". So in many instances, just from a height standpoint and coverage, that it kind of tips in C.J. Gardner Johnson's favor. But in addition to that, C.J. Gardner Johnson can play in the slot. He can play corner. He can play free safety. He can play strong safety. So he has a little bit more versatility than Tyrann Mathieu. And then lastly, Tyrann Mathieu, he had a certain aura around him when he was at LSU. But that same aura that Tyrann Mathieu had at LSU, C.J. Gardner Johnson had with the Saints. I mean, really, the leader of that secondary, even though you got guys like Lattimore that's been there, C.J.
mhm.
Gardner Johnson, he gave the Saints defense just a certain swag that since his departure they don't have anymore. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I know they had a lot of injuries on the defensive side of the ball, but losing him, it played, a major role into it. And even if you look in the last few years in training camp, he always had this little training camp scuffle or issue. He's an irritant, but you like him as long as he's on your team. If he's on an opposing team, you can't stand it. And so I don't know if you ever saw the footage when they played against the Bears where the wide receiver just was punching him and they ended up fighting. And then Jack Rabbit came in. I think who Jack Rabbit played for the Titans now. He came jump in but that's the type of irritant he is where he could just get the opposing team to point fight him. I mean, I don't know if you ever saw it, but you'd have to Google it where the Bears wide receiver just was punching him in the face. I mean, that's how much of a irritant he is, but he gave
Oh
the
yeah, he
Saints.
talks smack.
Oh yeah, he gave the Saints defense a certain swagger that they just don't have with his absence. Even with all the talent they have on the defense side of the ball, they don't have that same swagger since he's no longer there.
Wow. Well, let me ask you this, Coach. What's another? I know you picked the Chiefs. What's another team that you can see making it to the Super Bowl and possibly
Well,
winning?
well, I'm gonna just be truthful. Coming up as a kid, my dad was a big NFC guy, but in this particular context, I would favor any team coming out the AFC over whatever team comes out the NFC, if that makes sense. So if it wasn't the Chiefs, I'd say it's the Bengals. I figure whoever comes out the AFC, I would favor in the Super Bowl, whether it's the 49ers, the Cowboys, or the Eagles. I would favor whoever come out the AFC, whoever comes out the NFC, if that makes sense.
I usually this year I will agree with you, but I think that the NFC got a little cheek. One of the NFC teams, which I'm about to tell you the team that I picked, I chose the Eagles, but my second team is the 49ers. Let me tell you why. That Mr. CMC, Christian McCaffrey, he's like a little cheat code. He's like the wide receivers not getting open. Um, I, he's he'll do the job, man. I think he's the piece that the 49ers was smart to attain before the playoff period. And I think they're just gonna I know that the Cowboys and 49ers are playing now. I wouldn't be surprised if the 49ers make it to the Super Bowl and win it.
I mean, you think Brock Purdy has enough with him to get over the
It's not
top?
about him being having enough. It's just him doing his part, like Trent Dilfer.
All right, all
You
right.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just throw the ball, Christian McCaffrey. Throw the ball to Ayuk. All the Kyle Juice check. Kittle. Get the
Debo
ball.
Samuel.
Debo Samuels. How can I forget him? Get the ball to the playmakers. Don't try to show off your arm and everything. Those short or those mid routes that he can um, do real well, pass the ball real well. He needs to keep doing that. He needs to keep doing that. He just needs to play like the coaching staff have him playing right now.
I mean, that's
Because
great.
the running game, their running game is with Christian McCaffrey. That running game is something else, man. So those are my two teams. I'm picking. I can see the Eagles making it and winning it, and I can see the 49ers. The reason why I pick usually, I'm Baltimore Raven. I'm a AFC guy. The reason why I'm picking these two teams from the NFC this year is because I'm not impressed with the Chiefs defense. I'm not impressed. Both. Let me look at this, coach. Both the Chiefs and Bengals got what is their weakness on defense?
With
What is that?
secondary,
There you go. And what do any of the NFC teams? What do they have that's
oh,
been
they got
balling?
weapons. Yeah.
And every team got pretty good, damn good defense. Excuse my language, but just giving you the idea of where I'm coming from. Cowboys defense, not bad at all. Um, San Francisco top 5 defense. Eagles top 5 defense. So if the Eagles and the 49ers do their job, let's say they just hypothetically they play it could be either one, the Chiefs or the Bengals. If either of those teams, meaning the Eagles or the 49ers, do their job on the offensive side of the ball, their defense is good enough, can be good enough to hold them all those um well-oiled machines as far as offensive wise. They can hold them off good enough for them to for their offense to score and hopefully take over the game. So that's why I'm picking the NFC to win the Super Bowl this year. I could be
I
wrong,
mean,
but
and that's crazy. 'Cause I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum. I agree with everything you said, but to me, the fact that those two AFC teams and the Chiefs, they have Pat Mahomes. The Bengals have Juggler Joe Burrow. Both of those are franchise quarterbacks. I mean, I like Dak Prescott. I like Jalen Hurts. Brock Purdy, not so much so. But, I mean, I'll take those two quarterbacks over those two quarterbacks in a one game to win situation, even though I know they have better defenses. I mean, having a franchise quarterback is something to be said for that. And you got to realize, I know your Ravens did it, but to do it that way with defense and running game, it's an anomaly. More likely than not, you're going to, in this day and age, you got to have a franchise quarterback to get over the hump,
But
And
here's the thing. I'm sorry, I had to mute you, Coach, just for my background noise, so it can't be heard on your end. Um, but here's the thing. My Baltimore Ravens, when not 2012, we had a little bit of offensive weapons, right? In 2000, we just had uh, running back, running backs that could move the ball at will, all right, move the chains. No wide receivers. In this day and age, if you don't have a passing game, you're not going to win, right? Even for the worst team. That's why the Baltimore Ravens, they're we. That's why if we get rid of Lamar Jackson, we're going to suffer. But anyway, going back to my point. No, Brock Purdy is not Patrick Mahomes. At um not nowhere close to it. But they can move the ball. So if you can move the ball offensively and efficient enough, and your defense balls out, you're a well-oiled machine. On both sides of the ball, and I'm sorry, the Chiefs and the Bengals are top heavy as far as they're very top heavy on offense, but they can be exploited on defense. So don't get me wrong, the Bengals have two great pass rushers in Sam Hubbard and Trey Hendrickson. But if they don't get there, whoever Eli Apple on is gonna have a big night. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, Coach.
yeah, and Trey Hendrickson, he was a beast when he played for the Saints. Now, Eli Apple on the opposite end of the spectrum, I was happy the Saints got rid of him. That boy was trash. So I agree with you. If, if Hendrickson and Hubbard can't get home, it's gonna be a problem with Eli Apple on the back end. But Hendrickson, he a dog. I mean, at first I thought he was feeding off of Davenport and Cam Jordan and David Ayumato and Shy Tuttle. But the next year, when they played against him up close and personal, I'm like, yeah. Even this year, I'm like, bro, why did y'all know he played for y'all? Why y'all didn't just double him? But when you got another dog on the opposite end, it's hard to double. So
Yeah, you're right. But so you pick the Chiefs, I pick the Eagles. So, but
yep.
that's
And my
go ahead.
backup team is the Bills, and your backup team is one of those two teams between the 49ers and the Cowboys. So
Yeah, yeah. But if the Cowboys just so happen to get past the 49ers, then I'm a the Eagles probably gonna beat the Cowboys. I could be wrong. Close your ears, Picasso.
I,
But
I, I hope I hope the Cowboys lose. Sorry, Picasso, but I don't like the Cowboys.
yeah, if the Cowboys, I take that back. What I said, if the Cowboys win the Super Bowl, we ain't gonna hear it. I'm here in Texas, Coach. We gonna hear it all year and then some.
LDBC meet and greet is going to be ridiculous if the Cowboys win the Super Bowl.
Oh man, I'm telling you. But okay, okay. And this we could be wrong. We could be. I could be far left and out. Outfield. But you know what I mean. I could be wrong because I don't know what. But that's why we do this, right? That's the fun of it. But we'll see. We'll see. Did the Cowboys score? No, it's 6-3 right now. The Cowboys are beating 49 6-3. So yeah, it's a defensive game. Like I said, both of them got the Cowboys. All three of those teams got pretty good defense. The Cowboys, San Francisco, and Eagles got pretty good defense. But let's move on to the final topic, Coach. Did Coach Ed Reed not cause himself not getting the head coaching job, or was it politics? I should put not to get, but you get my point, Coach. What do you think?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I often have this conversation with coaching, uh, my coaching acquaintances and my coaching friends. I tell them, hey, for me, being where I'm at, in many instances, a lot of these other coaches, it would be interesting to see how they able to deal with the problems and the challenges that I have in my particular school, whereas at their particular school, they might not have the same issues that I have. It'll be interesting to see if we could switch roles or switch positions, how things will play out for me and how things will play out for them. And I think the thing with Coach Reed is, certain things. Certain things. First of all, it seems as if he don't have enough patience to do a job at an HBCU. And don't get me wrong, it's not about whether he has the knowledge of the game or not. I don't think that's in question. But, when you're at an HBCU, first of all, you have to have a certain level of patience. First of all. Second of all, you have to have a certain level of professionalism. And, it's just kind of like alluding to what Jay Good said last week. It's not the fact that what he said was wrong, but it's more so the way he said it. The way he said it, he rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And then, in addition to that, you have to realize, you're talking about the people that's employing you. So you can't call them MFers and that type of thing. And lastly, the thing he didn't understand is, at HBCUs, a lot of these people that are in these high, lofty positions, like they stuck in their ways. They accustomed to doing things a certain way. And I'll give you an example. When I first started at Southern, like my, first, second year, bro, literally it would take you all day. Now you got to realize you have to go to class and all of these type of things. But I would go in Seymour Gym at like 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning, and it would literally take you all day for you to put your classes in the computer. You would have to go sit in line, and of course the gym is completely full. You would move a few feet at a time in line, and then often during the course of the day, all the computers would completely shut down, and they might shut down for like 30 minutes, maybe an hour, depending on the circumstance. And you just have to sit there and wait. You would literally go in the gym maybe about 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock that morning, and you literally wouldn't finish until maybe 3, 4, 5 o'clock that evening, just to put your classes in for the next semester. And I had a professor at the time. I don't know if he passed or not, but he was an older guy then. At the time, he worked. Uh, Prior to that, he worked in corporate America, and he worked in chemical plants. And he had a business management class, and he told us that often, like he told his superiors that, hey, this issue we having with pre-registration and financial aid, like, hey, I can resolve this issue for you if I can do X, Y, Z. And guess what? They had an opportunity and a chance to fix those issues, but they didn't want to, they didn't care to, because they were stuck in their ways. And then we had other instances where, I don't know, one of the like the issues, stigmas that HBCU have around them in Southern in particular is the bureaucracy. Whereas, like many instances at Southern, I know my niece, she's going to Southern. I've had like countless and numerous family members that went to Southern. Like if you have an issue, if you have a problem, and you go to person A, and they could resolve it right then and there, but they don't. They send you to person B, then you go to person C, then D, then E, then F. Then person F would turn around and send you to person A, and they would resolve the issue. And I'm thinking to myself, basically, you made me waste like 2 or 3 hours just because you didn't feel like being bothered. Instead of just resolving my problem for the beginning, you send me literally all around campus, and you wasted time out of my day just because you didn't want to be bothered. And that's the mindset in a lot of these HBCUs. And you know, I try to highlight the good parts of Southern and HBCUs in general, but these some of the things, unless you went to HBCU, you really don't understand. And I don't think Ed Reed had the kind of patience to understand this is what you're dealing with. You have to have a certain level of professionalism. You have to realize, just like Coach Prime realized, he really came to the realization that a lot of these administrators at these HBCUs, they stuck in their ways. And it's as much as you want spark change at these HBCUs, they'll change you before you change them. And in his particular situation, it's not like he needed the money, but it would have been a good opportunity, just like it was for Coach Prime. Him going to Jackson State, it opened doors beyond Jackson State, not only for him but for other coaches as well. So the point I'm trying to make is, I think being the kind of guy that he is, he raw, it's raw emotion. He's unfiltered, he's uncut. I don't think he was really the guy for Bethune-Cookman. He really wasn't cut out for that particular type of job. And, even on the upside of it, you know, he's a Hall of Fame caliber safety, but, he doesn't have that type of like magnetism that Coach Prime had. And I think Coach Prime was advising him every step of the way, but I just don't think he had the patience to be able to deal with some of the issues that Coach Prime was able to navigate when he was at Jackson State. So
I agree, and just want to welcome one of my LDBC brothers, Brent Fox. What's going on?
salute,
Oh
Brent.
man,
Salute, Brent.
thank you for having me on the show. I appreciate y'all.
No problem, man. You welcome, man. I know you busy out here, man. A lot of times, you always welcome. Like I told Jay Good, man.
Yeah, thank you again. I appreciate it.
No problem. And what I'm actually gonna do, for both you brothers is play a video, and I
Hmm.
wanted to get y'all opinion and perspective on it. It's actually a video from a guy who into FCS sports and football, HBCUs mainly, called the Blue Bloods. Um, uh, Very good YouTube content, and I'm going to play the video. I'm not gonna play all of it, but just gonna play Ed Reed's rant, and we're gonna get your feedback from there.
All right.
My God. It's hurt. It's hurt because I know people don't care about these kids like I do. And they should be the ones leaving. Not me. Because I don't want to. Why?
Go back a little bit.
We have, and this has to change quickly. My vision for change probably moving too fast for a lot of people. I'm not withdrawing my name as they saying. They don't want me here. They do not want me here because I tell the truth. Yeah, I never had this many people here in the recruiting time when Coach, I'm just saying that. We've been here at 3 o'clock in the morning sometimes. I even slept here one night to make sure I was comfortable when I was. My God. It's hurt. It's hurt because I know people don't care about these kids like I do. And they should be the ones leaving. Not me. Because I don't want to. Why? Because Jeremy grieves. And father I looked in the eye. And y'all mothers and fathers who I talked to last night, even though I knew they didn't want me. I took $2,400 out of my pocket and still gave it to the host. To host these young men. Shit, at this point, I'll do it for free. Because I have been for the last 3 weeks. That man have too. He drove to New Orleans. Because he believed in me, my people. And that man right there who flew from California less than 2 hours and got off the plane, and he was here to see the ramp. He got off the plane, and what we started doing, young man. Motherfuckers. Yeah, I curse. And y'all done heard curse words before. They got parents in here. And no, I don't want to leave. And like I told you, I want all these recruits. But they got some corrupt people in this world, some evil people that don't care about kids like I do. So I want y'all to hear the truth from me. I ain't withdrawing my name. I got the receipts. They got all kinds of stuff going on around here. Hoarding these buildings with nothing but trash in them. You understand me? And Dion was right. And I know I'm right. And they got some people in here who be stitching to their ass. And I work with once Judas as Jesus walked with him. And I ain't have a problem with it. Because even Jesus prevailed. And what God got for you, no man can take. I told these young men, I don't care who we play, because I don't. My nephew was transferred here. My nephew right there. They want me to leave my nephew here. Am I lying now? He been getting a bad break at Southern. Some evil people, man, that don't care about your kids. But I was here because I wanted them all, like I told y'all last night, and I still do. And if somebody gave me a job, they all could come. Probably won't happen. But I'll tell y'all this. My brother died 11 years ago around this time, and we buried him. And I was in the NFL in the cold tub icing when I found out. And I didn't go home. I played the game on Sunday because that's what he wanted me to do. Just like I want y'all to keep going, regardless of what happens today.
Our crew services cars from bumper to bumper.
Oil change, tire rotations, repairs.
Purdue University Global. Apply now at purdueglobal.edu.
Oh, bad, y'all.
That's what I've been intelligent. Right? Is that right? Yes, sir. Pick up trash tomorrow because that's what we would do, right? Yes, sir. We was gonna do it anyway, right? Yes, sir. Jaden, where you at? What you said, Jaden, last Sunday? I'm not withdrawing my name as Reggie Thea's ass want me to do. He the one, and whoever else with him. He can't be an AD and a head coach. It's impossible. I worked at the University of Miami for 3 years and I saw it.
Talk to me.
And I know.
Yeah, we in there live right
You understand? Hang up the phone,
now.
roll.
We in there live right now.
Roll!
It's prime.
Okay, though.
Y'all understand what I'm saying? It's bigger than football. Teaching these young men about life. They ain't seen the play yet. We don't even have a practice field. Less than a week we've cleared this land y'all see over here. Less than a week. Because a man came from Baltimore who saw me come into his neighborhood when I was a rookie, talked to his neighborhood, his mom strung out on drugs, his daddy not in his life, and I talked to them and he said, I'm here for you. What do you need? I don't want to hear about all the bull. And I talked to him and I took him over there and he met it. He walked out there, my new best friend. He said, man, you don't even know me. His whole demeanor changed when he got back to me. He said, Ed, you're right. I said, yeah, we cut that little piece of grass and them snakes show. And I ain't talking about the rattlers. Bigger than football, mom and dad. We still have kids showing up today for the recruit weekend. We got kids showing up tomorrow. They told me to cancel it and y'all was getting off the plane. Where they do that at? I'm not withdrawing my name. Sis, read the quote. Read the email, sis. Read the email, sis.
Bethune-Cookman University has announced that Ed Reed has withdrawn his name for consideration for becoming the next head football coach of the university. That was at the end of the draft.
It's not happening. I ain't withdrawing my name. Y'all saw me last night. Did I sound like I was leaving? Did I sound like this was a problem, like y'all, like I was getting fired or something? Like y'all got me in here lying to these people, man. And I wasn't lying. I was just telling y'all what was real. I got a 14-year-old son who I had to call this morning. He in Atlanta. He had a game, a banquet. I just missed it. I'm sacrificing my own money for these young men. Just last night to have a good time. And I'm still looking after them. Dante, where you at? Dante Drew, where you at? You lost your wallet, huh? Guess who got it? Your coach. I found it. Ain't that something? Get a young man his wallet and his money and everything in it. Glad you used the protection, too.
Read.
I just sat, stood, grew up in the eye of the hurricane for a long time. If you know anything about a hurricane, right in the eye is calm. Even in this moment, I'm good. But I hurt for these young men. That's what I hurt for. That's what the tears are for. Because I know what we've been working on. So much more than football. I ain't capped for 20 years. I've been doing this, working with kids. CT done it together, and his kid is being recruited now. I had to tell y'all all together. They don't want me here. It's not me. And that's just the truth. It's not me. I would not do that.
I'll speed it up a little bit, fella, guys.
Bro, you can't do that.
Commercial.
Can't do that. Man, get off my phone. You with them. You playing the game. I don't play no game. I ain't got no time to play no game. I never did. They didn't do their research. They thought they would get, like, a better word than dumb job. Not. That's who y'all had raising y'all kid here. But good, man. Not perfect. We all make mistakes. And I apologize for mine. And I told them that they have to be professional. It's a teaching moment, as we use it as, right, David? I had individual meetings with these young men, and we started by playing chess. Not checkers. But I said, all of y'all got one move. Y'all got to learn to work together. Chess, young man. They not even playing chess. They don't care. They don't care. What's up, big bro?
Hey, I love you, man. You know that, right?
Yep.
We talked about this. We talked about this. We know the structure. We know the order. We know how it was going to play out. And you've been there fighting. I know what you're feeling. I know what you're going through. You got to understand, Ed, God has a time and a place for you, my brother. And I know your heart. I know everything that's going on inside of you. You know, I know you like a book. And I know how you feel about them kids, and I know you do not want to leave those kids. So I'm praying for you right now, man, because this is going to be the toughest thing you ever had to do in your life. Sometimes, Ed, you got to walk away, my brother. I know it's tough. I know you don't want to hear it. But sometimes in life, we got to walk away.
You already know, big bro.
You didn't let nobody down, Ed. You didn't let them kids down. You did what you was called to do, and you tried your best.
Thank you, big brother.
I love you, man. I'm here. I will be on the next flight if you need me. You know that.
Nah, you good. You handle your business. You know that. I'll give you a call.
Please. Hey. You know what God wants from you, man, and be that. Don't let them provoke you, my brother. I love you, man. All right.
And that was it.
Oh, okay.
So starting with since Brent Fox just getting on, what do y'all think about the video? I know we're having some volume issues.
Oh no, what I could actually grasp from it was I could definitely tell what he was saying was heartfelt, but I really do believe that Prime tried to tell him / warn him about what he was getting into. And with men like that, like Hall of Fame, well accomplished professional athletes, okay, they feel like they could pretty much almost do anything because the odds are slim for you to be a professional athlete in the first place and to become a Hall of Famer. That's almost like winning a lotto. So that's almost like the odds of winning a lotto, rather. So if you feel like you can overcome that, then this should be no problem. But the issues that you actually face, unfortunately, with the the historically black universities are like Coach 67 has said. You got staff that are just basically stuck in their ways. You have people that, even though you care, with some of these people, it is just a job to them, and they don't mind inconveniencing you so you don't inconvenience them. And then, of course, they're not drawing in the money like these major Power Five universities are. So, that's also a huge issue too. But yeah, I just think that Ed Reed, sorry, just kind of went in there. He was very optimistic about what he could actually do because he saw Coach Prime be successful, and he thought that he could follow that model of success. And when he got there, it was completely different. So it caused that kind of like reaction from him. Like, I really wasn't expecting all of this, and I'm having to pay for everything, and these people act like they don't care, and I feel like I'm by myself, and you know, I care about these kids, and I'm not, I'm not finna withdraw my name. But at the same time, it's like, well, when you come to these types of universities, unfortunately, and I have to use that term unfortunately because it kind of brings you crashing down to reality.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, we just even with universities and higher education programs, we just don't take care of ourselves the way that we should. And I'll just leave it at that.
Well said, brother Brent. Well said, um, and just to say something, make sure you're not biting off of anybody else's I'm not biting off nobody else's video. That video we just shared was from the Blue Bloods. Um, uh, he's a HBCU content creator. Please go like and share his video, subscribe. But like you said, Brent Fox, man, it's very um we got to do each other better, especially in these in the this educational in the educational world in this aspect. But all right, I see you.
Okay.
But I just saw a article in Sports Illustrated. The Bethune Cookman football players are trying to set a petition to try to hire back Ed Reed. What you think of that, Coach?
Uh-oh.
Can you
Did he
hear me?
drop off or was that me?
No, no, no. That was him.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he could hear.
Oh, okay, gotcha. What I would probably say about in reaction to the petition, what he said was heartfelt, and I
Yeah,
know that poured into those kids that way, and they're passionate about him being their coach too. So I definitely understand the sentiment behind it. Um, I just don't know if I don't want to say political side, but it does have something to do with like the inner workings or politics, so to speak, of like the school itself, like how the board of directors are gonna address certain issues with underfunding and
right,
um, making sure that the program itself does right by the kids.
right. Now, Jay Good was on here on the show last week, and he made a good point saying that basically uh that basically his opinion on the conditions on Bethune-Cookman campuses and um the uh the empty buildings with trash in them. Basically, he should have kept it in house or said it with more tact, like I like to say. Um, so a lot of the HBCU community feel like it was Ed Reed fault on how he um reacted, to his experience. Um, and a lot of a lot of HBCU, even Bethune-Cookman um, alumni or even students, are like good riddance. But like I just said, and I don't know if you heard me, Coach. The Bethune-Cookman football players are setting up a petition to try to get Ed Reed back.
Wow.
Yeah, it's on it's an article on Sports Illustrated. So Brent Fox gave his perspective on it, and it was very well said. Um, what's your input, Coach?
Well, I think at this point, between himself and administration, at this point, it may be too much bad blood to kind of go back down that road. And I remember, when I was an undergrad, me and some of the other guys that was in undergrad, we all wanted to be coaches. And they had this one particular guy. Basically, he said, once he became a coach, he was going to let the politicians deal with the politics, and he was going to coach football. And the thing he didn't understand in saying that is, anytime you're dealing with people, you're dealing with political processes, there's going to always be some level of politics that you're going to deal with, whether it's on a grand scale or whether it's on a smaller scale. And in this particular situation, you know, I'm not saying that a lot of things he was saying wasn't accurate, but I think the bigger issue is, like you said, he didn't know how to articulate it and make it palatable to the point where it didn't offend anyone. And clearly, he offended administration at that particular school. And like we were talking about last week with Jay Good, not only is, Bethune-Cookman a HBCU, but it's private. So that comes with another level of obstacles and challenges in itself. So I don't think he was prepared for what he was stepping into. And just to kind of reiterate what Jay Good was saying last week, basically, a lot of these schools that's hiring like the Hall of Fame caliber coaches, you kind of have to do your background and do research because not all coaches are equipped to deal with the kind of challenges and obstacles that you're gonna face on a day-to-day basis. And clearly, he coming from the U to Bethune-Cookman, it's a whole different world. It's I'm almost certain if you went to LSU because just say for example myself, I didn't actually attend LSU. I know many of my classmates they cross-register from Southern to LSU and vice versa. And me personally, I would have to take the test. The test you need to become, a teacher. I would have to go to LSU to take it. And just comparing LSU to Southern is like comparing apples and oranges. The funding is different. The student body is different. I mean, it's different across the board. And clearly, he didn't understand what he was stepping into. So clearly, he didn't have the patience, and he couldn't sugarcoat a lot of things he was saying. He was real loud and real boisterous. And like I said, when you dealing with that type of situation, you have to have a certain level of professionalism. You have to have a certain level of patience, and clearly, he didn't have either in that particular situation.
Wow. So basically, what you're saying is that because of the bad start that they had, that Ed Reed, I was gonna say Coach Ed Reed, but I'm sure he's gonna be a coach somewhere. Um, basically, I know the kids are trying to, or the young men, I should say, are trying to get him back. But basically, you're saying that that door is closed. There's a
On,
bad taste in both Ed Reed and the Bethune-Cookman administration's
I mean,
mouths, right?
more than likely that ship has sailed. maybe if he has a political friend, a political ally that's really gonna go to bat for him, maybe he can get back to that point. But I don't see it because it may be too contentious at this point between himself and the administration. Clearly, he knows how administration feels about the way he voiced his opinion and how unfiltered and uncut he was about many of the things he was saying. And on the flip side, he clearly offended many administrators about not just what he was saying, but the way he said it, and calling people out of their names and things along those lines. That'll get you, especially if you don't have a contract already. That'll get you fired. Them basically saying, "Hey, we're not gonna give you a contract." That'll basically, the things he's done, it'll put him in the situation that he's in as we speak. And I said this last week. The fact that he has a Hall of Fame resume. From a financial standpoint, he probably really doesn't need that job. So I think to a certain degree, maybe he felt he had a certain degree of leverage. But even if you look at Coach Prime's situation, you know, if he's going to ever become a coach at a PWI or at a Power Five, more than likely the gateway to that particular point is a job at a Bethune-Cookman or a Jackson State or another HBCU. So more than likely that ship has sailed and they probably won't revisit that.
Hey, coach, are you talking about all HBCUs, or are you talking about just Bethune Cookman in particular?
No, just Bethune-Cookman in particular.
Okay.
However, you bring up a valid point. I mean, if other HBCUs that might be interested in hiring him, if they've seen the way he's conducting himself in this particular situation, he might not have the patience and professionalism to deal with the type of issues and obstacles he's going to face at an HBCU. So uh, maybe not a Power Five, but maybe him getting another FCS job at a PWI might be a better route for him. A school that maybe has more funding, and but even with that being said, they're not going to tolerate the things he did even at Bethune Cookman. So I think if he wants to become a coach again, he's going to have to kind of tone down him being so raw, so uncut, and so unfiltered. And he's going to have to, show a higher level of professionalism, and he's going to have to be more patient with administration in some of these schools.
Yeah. I think you also bring up a very valid point to where if coach, excuse me, yeah, I'll say Coach Reed. If Coach Reed ever coaches again, he's probably going to have to do it maybe at another Division 2 or possibly Division 3 school. Start off small. These guys, again, these highly successful guys that kind of transition over, they're used to doing it their way and being successful. It's going to take a lot, not just Bethune Cookman telling him no. It's going to be like 4 or 5 other people basically telling him no before he actually gets it. That's just the way that, some of these guys are actually programmed. But I think that, yeah, you're right, Coach 67. If he goes to maybe like a smaller school that's maybe not a HBCU, maybe a smaller school like what's the name, James Madison or something like that, he could probably go there and do that.
I don't think he going to Division 3 school. I don't think Brent he gonna go to a Texas college in Tyler, the Division 3 school. You know what I mean? But I think he will do get a chance at um probably HBCU. Probably just not like Coach 67 said. Probably not Bethune Cookman.
But I mean, even if it's not at a Bethune Cookman, if more than likely, he might get another chance at the HBCU. But even if it's a FBS level school, I mean, I'm sorry, FCS level school, Even if like Louisiana, for example, if he got an opportunity maybe like Michigan State, McNeese State, Southeastern, maybe that might fit like what he's accustomed to dealing with in terms of being at the U. Of course, those schools are not LSU, but at the same token, he might not have the same level of issues and obstacles that he had to face at a Bethune-Cookman because people don't realize, like Jay Good said last week, maybe being at Southern or Jackson State, it might have its own set of issues. But when you add to the fact that Bethune-Cookman is a private HBCU, that comes with a whole nother set of issues and problems that maybe he wasn't equipped to deal with.
Yeah, and what up, Jay Good? Jay Good said that peace families, and then on my way from the movies. Okay, if y'all still on when I get in about 10 minutes, I'll slide through. Okay, bet. Yeah, man. I think somebody should have just put their pride aside, whether it's Ed Reed or Bethune Cookman. And be honest with you, I think it was probably somebody in that administration board on Bethune Cookman and pull Ed Reed to the side and just talk to him and tell him what just tried to show him that that they still want him as his coach. But like you said, the politics is if and maybe I'm just that's wishful thinking on my end because if there's a lot of politics involved, that's not gonna happen at
And,
all.
and just to kind of touch on, something Brent Fox made, he made a real good point. I mean, from the standpoint of somebody like him, he's kind of been accustomed to doing things a certain way his entire life. The chances and odds of you making it to the NFL, not only making it to the NFL, but becoming arguably like one of the top three safeties of all time, he's probably accustomed to doing things a certain way. And these administrators at these schools, they're accustomed to doing things a certain way. So it's almost like a clash in terms of a power struggle where he wants to do things a certain way, but yet they're in a position of power. And like I said, at these HBCUs in particular, a lot of these administrators, they're setting their ways. They're accustomed to doing things a certain way, and you're not going to change their mind. And he's a headstrong individual. He's a Hall of Fame caliber football player. So at that particular point, it was more of a power struggle, and it seems as if no one really was willing to give any ground. And in that particular
Mm.
situation, it's difficult. And you know, when you were playing the video, after a certain point for me, it cut off. But I had already heard, most of what you were playing. And I know he even had his nephew transfer from Southern to Bethune-Cookman. So, it's a lot of variables in that particular situation. And I'm sure he wanted to be there for his nephew and for a lot of other kids because it seems as if he was doing a good job from a recruiting standpoint. So I'm sure he wanted to see that through. But the fact that he didn't even have a contract, he wasn't in position to say some of the things he was saying and, being loud and being boisterous and to a certain degree even disrespectful with some of the things he was saying.
So you basically there is like what some of the Bethune Cookman faithful and some of the people in the HBCU world who got a sniff of this story. Basically, they are saying that um n- no problem, Brent. I appreciate you. You know you always welcome, my brother. I appreciate you, man. Um, but like I was saying, a lot of people are saying that is his fault. Like his mouth, he like with Brent and you coach touched on basically he's some already Hall of Fame. I mean he's a walking and as far as football world a walking god. as far as in the football world. Um, so a lot of people may think that he, was trying to throw his weight around, but he wasn't really educated on um, how to go about things in the coaching world and how to conduct yourself or convey certain things or speak with tact and professionalism. I'm not saying the brother can't be professional, but um, a lot of people just saying he just put his foot in his mouth. So I see a lot of people um, just saying, basically he got what he deserved, or I wouldn't go as far as saying that, but I do see where he could have kind of where he did make it worse for himself in that aspect. What you think, Coach?
Bro, there are certain instances in life where, in certain instances, people don't want to even hear the truth. They don't want to hear the truth at all. I'm not saying that's the case in this instance. I'm saying that it's not that he couldn't say the truth or he couldn't tell the truth, but he should have sugarcoated it. But he was just like raw, uncut, unfiltered. Bro, like, I know even in my situation, you know, there are times where, I just want to, say whatever I feel like saying and just cuss people out, whatever the case may be. But, anytime you have a job and you have someone to answer to, you know, being a professional athlete and being a coach, it's two totally entirely different dynamics. Just say, for example, all right, you and I are teammates. We have an issue. Hey, if we playing football, either we're gonna get it with the pads or we could take our helmets and show the pads off and we go sell it in the parking lot, or whatever the case may be. However, if we on a coaching staff, especially if you the head coach, there's certain things you can't say. And even if, especially if you're the head coach and you're dealing with administrators that's accustomed to doing things a certain way, uh, I mean, even if he would have sugarcoated it, certain administrators probably wouldn't even want to hear the truth at all. So, the thing about it is it's not the fact that you know, he wasn't telling the truth. He just was just too raw, too uncut, just too. All right, bro, you have to learn how to bridle your mouth and tongue to a certain degree. You just can't say whatever you want. You can't call people MFers. They're not doing blank around here. I done more work in 3 days than people done in years. And I'm gonna be truthful. Like I said earlier, you got certain departments at these HBCUs. I'm almost certain Jay Good and anybody that I know that I went to Southern with or that went to a lot of these HBCUs, bro, I'm gonna just be honest with you. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. Some of these people just sitting in the office collecting the check. So
Yeah,
when when it's that type of environment, like it's one thing just to tell the truth. It's another thing to be like over the top disrespectful with it. And he was that. He didn't sugarcoat it. He was raw. He was uncut. He was unfiltered. Whatever he thought, he just said it. And that's one thing he gonna have to learn as a coach. You know, I don't know, like, when he came into the NFL, I don't know if because I know in certain instances, you go to certain schools when you in undergrad, you a star athlete, you know, when you're getting ready to have interviews, they prep you on, what to say, how to say it, that type of thing in certain instances. I'm not saying in all cases, in all instances, but in certain situations they prep you. And it seems as if he didn't get the memo from the standpoint of, like, bro, you just can't say anything and just say whatever and just offend people and be disrespectful. And like I said, he was that. I don't understand if he understands that, and like Brent Fox said, maybe he's gonna kind of have to like go through his learning pains and growing pains in regards to that because man, you can't even go fine. I mean, I don't know if you noticed, if you compare and contrast the two situations, everything Coach Prime felt and he believed was going on at Jackson State, he said it as he was exiting. Whereas Ed Reed, he said it as he's entering. It's two totally dynamics in that, two different dynamics in that situation. There were instances at jobs I wanted to say whatever I felt, coaching at a particular school, but I knew I couldn't say whatever I wanted to say. And there were instances where, guess what? I feel a certain way. I know I'm headed out the door. In fact, I'm almost out the exit. So now I'm gonna tell you whatever I feel like saying. So it's a way to do that. Is a way, is a time, is a place. And clearly he didn't understand that. Coach Prime understood that. Coach Prime said, hey, guess what? I know a bunch of these PWIs and Power Fives, they're knocking at my door. They're interested. Hey, basically I'm planting the seed to let y'all know this is the reason why I'm leaving Jackson State. Really, I want to stay. But in terms of, the monetary gain, the exposure, uh, the greater challenge, I'm leaving for those things, but there's some other stuff behind the scenes that y'all unaware of. I'm gonna just kind of just shine a little bit of light on this particular situation, and then I'm headed out the door. Whereas, you know, Ed Reed, he's just stepping into it, and he's, he making all kind of noise. I mean, he's saying stuff that even Coach Prime didn't say. And he was, he said what he needed to say, but he said it, like you said, with a certain degree of tact, and he was respectful, and he knew how to articulate himself. And you just gotta, man, basically you have to kind of, from a PR standpoint, he has to understand these things as a coach.
Yeah, I could definitely I definitely agree with you. It's I mean it's hard. Um, I know it's hard for him, but I think like Coach Prime said, if you could hear it, and my apologies, if y'all was listening in when I was sharing my screen and y'all couldn't hear, it was choppy. I don't know why I did that. I just shared my screen and shared my audio, so I don't know why. But if y'all didn't hear the conversation between Deion Sanders and Ed Reed was Deion was basically saying that just let it go. You know what I mean? Cause God has something better for you. In so many words, that's what he was saying. Um, he said he know all the hard work he's done, and um, like you said earlier, that they no, well, Brent actually said um earlier that they was trying to get him ready. Deion Sanders was trying to get Ed ready, as far as mindset wise, into taking a position like that, because you have to deal with a lot of politics. And like you said, Ed Reed needs a PR guy or something. And Ed Reed's my guy, man. And I think he'll be a heck of a coach. I think he just needs to, um, like I said, just learn some tact. I think when it comes to the X and the O's, that's not a problem. But just with dealing with some of the people in the administration and straight in administrative building, um, or the higher ups in these colleges, it can be very frustrating. And you was telling me what you have to deal with just being a middle school coach. Um, the politics you have to deal with. So, um, if you trying to be a coach, it's something you have to deal with.
And the crazy thing about it, bro, in many instances, this could be a word for somebody. In many instances in life, I don't care if it's a job, I don't care if it's, if you're a young lady and you're trying to talk to a guy, or you're a guy, you're trying to talk to a young lady. In many instances, rejection is your protection. In this particular instance, maybe he he wanted to be the head coach of Bethune-Cookman, but maybe he just wasn't ready for that. And basically him just seeing how these type of things work in terms of you just can't say whatever you feel like saying. You know, maybe he's coming to that realization like, bro, I just can't say whatever I feel, and if I think it, I say it. You kind of have to, you have to be thoughtful. You just can't say whatever you feel. And being an NFL player, maybe I thought he understood that, but it seemed like he's such a passionate guy that it seems as if to this point in his coaching career, he doesn't know how to harness that and use it properly.
Yeah, you're right. And Jay Good asked a good question. I'm gonna let you eat on the. I try to answer this question, Coach. Jay Good asks, "How do y'all feel about the info he was provided per Dion?"
Well, I think it was good from the standpoint of him trying to prepare him for what he was going into, because the simple fact of the matter is, if you're accustomed to being at a Power Five or PWI, you don't understand what
Because
being at
the
an
simple fact of
HBCU
the matter
is like.
is,
And
if you
I think he
accustomed
just
to
kind
being
of
a
got a
Power Five,
realization that, hey, this is what it
you
is.
don't.
Say that last part again. There was a little noise.
No, basically what I was saying is, he basically tried to prepare him for what he was stepping into. And unless you've been to a HBCU, if you're coming from a PWI or Power Five, you don't understand it until you fully get into that situation. And it seems as if he was trying to prepare him for what was coming, but it seems as if even because I'm not gonna lie, I remember a couple coaching jobs, like the first one I had in particular, whereas like a couple of my volunteer assistant coaches, they tried to tell me what to expect prior to me getting into it, and even though they told me exactly what was gonna happen, I really didn't, until I was in that situation, I didn't understand fully what they were saying, even though they explained it to me the way it needed to be explained. Until I got into that situation, I didn't understand. So I think that's what it was in this particular case.
I would have to say I agree. Like Brent said earlier, uh, Coach Prime or Coach Deion Sanders tried to basically um, get him ready for this opportunity, as far as just trying to let him share experiences that he had experienced in Jackson State. But like you said, Coach Ed Reed, to um, uh, got passionate of what he was seeing on the campus of Bethune-Cookman. He couldn't, you know, uh, like Jay Good said last week, keep it in house. But a lot of people are asking, to what extent. My question is, to what extent do we keep it in house? When do we start? Okay, guys, we have to do something about this. Jay Good, what's going on? I gotta get your perspective, man. I
What's
know you're
good
a
with you,
busy
bro?
man.
How y'all doing?
Blessing,
What's
how
up,
are you?
bro?
I'm
What's going
blessing,
on?
how
Can
are
y'all
you?
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good, good, good. So we'll be chopping it up on Ed or what we talking about?
Yeah, so basically we were talking about did Ed Reed in a nutshell, did Ed Reed do it to himself, or was basically politics?
Um, I think it's a little of both. Um, like I was saying last week, it's not a matter of what he was saying if it was wrong or not. I mean, I think that there is some truth in what he was saying. Um, but it's also your delivery. It's also what you're saying and how you're saying, and who you're saying it amongst. I know Nick J. She always talks about tone and delivery,
Tone and
and
delivery. Yep.
I think that when you sit back and you think about it all in its totality, I think that that was kind of like a defining factor when you're talking about BCU, um, and the board that they have. I think that they probably was like, I don't know if we want to go down this road, because they know the deficiencies that they're faced with. They know what they are dealing with. They know what they have at their disposal and what type of limitations that they have. So if you do progress and go down this road, and you already have an individual that is, somewhat outspoken, speaking his mind, um, and in some cases, as we've seen, can be deemed as unprofessional, it kind of you start traveling down the road to where it kind of starts deteriorating your brand. Your brand kind of starts looking a certain or different way. And that's not saying that BCU has the most, polished or upstanding brand, at least by public opinion right now. But that's something that they had to deal with, and it's something that they had to decipher. Um, BCU they are a unique situation because right now, from my understanding, they don't even have an acting or sitting president. So the people that are actually making the decisions right now is the actual board of trustees. So who does that board of trustees, who is that comprised of? A lot of people automatically think that, it's alumni or someone that the state has placed in those situations. You have to keep in mind that with them being a private sector, I don't know who those individuals are. And if they are older, our aunts and our uncles, and you see a certain type of decorum that is coming from an individual, they don't want to work with that. You know, what he said, was it wrong? I don't think what he said was wrong. I think that, like I said, I think that there is some truth to that, but it's just a matter of how you go about doing it. Not only that, but you are for what you're going to do and for what you're doing, you are a leader. So if you are exhibiting that type of behavior, then the people up under you, are they going to, whenever they get fed up, or if it's something that they don't agree with, are they going to exercise that same type of acumen? So those are decisions that people that they have to think about. I think at the end of the day, I think that from a X's and O's standpoint, from an ability and a knowledge standpoint, um, Ed can definitely coach. Is he ready right now? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if he's ready to be a head coach right now. You know, um, so that's one thing that they're going to have to think about. I know they have the petition going on. I know a lot of
Yeah.
athletes are upset, and I think they have a protest that's staged for Monday. Um, but it's a sad situation on both sides. I can tell by Ed's passion that he wants to be there. Um, but it's just a matter of how you go about doing things. Because I always look at it like this: whether you are whether you're an employee or you're a candidate, or even if you are an employer and you're trying to bring someone on, if you're in that gray line of area of bringing someone on or trying to get on, do you, as some would feel as disrespect, do you do that publicly and then expect to get a job? I mean, that's not being realistic. I understand, well achieved NFLer, Hall of Famer, I understand all that. At the same time, you're not going to go if you're waiting to get approved by HR, and then you see or you hear things that are going on within the company, and then you go to the doorstep and start going live and start just going off and saying derogatory things about people and expect to get a job. Just realistically, that does not happen. So I think it's a learning experience. Can it be sacrificed? I mean, can it be resolved? I don't know. I mean, there's other coaches out there. I mean, there's other coaches out there, but unfortunately, we're like 2 weeks away from National Signing Day. And it's a very, very tough task. You got these kids that have come from out of town, out of state, from other parts of the region, and they don't know what to expect. They don't know what type of direction they're going to have. So um, it's a mess. Um, But it's a lot of things when you listen to what Ed was saying. It's a lot of things that I have to question, as in the information that he was fed. You know,
Mm.
when he keeps resorting back to Dion, and the things that he said, and even what Dion was saying, you know, when he chimed in on the live, uh, it almost was like, are you trying to are you trying to prepare him fully for what he's coming in against, or are you giving him information based off of your
Your
own
experience.
experience? Because all these schools, they're not one and the same. You know, I mean, across the board, even if you want to drop down to the category of HBCUs, all the HBCUs are not the same. What's going on at what BCU is dealing with, they're not dealing with it, fam. What fam is dealing with Southern and so forth, so on, you know. So I think that, you know, we kind of get into the place of just dropping them all under the same umbrella as HBCUs, and they all do this, and they all corrupt, and they all got trash in the building, they all got trash on the. No, it's not like that. Not at all. They all got old, dilapidated buildings. No, it's not like that. You know, so I think we just got to be careful in that.
So my question, and anybody can answer this, Coach Jay Good, Brother Brent. So when do we come to a common ground and basically try to make things better as far as improving the buildings, if there is a problem of improving the conditions? When
Uh,
do we come in the middle and start improving?
Now, are you asking like what compromises need to be made to like improve the facilities, or
Just in general, it could be everything. It could be the financial aid, uh uh the the buildings. It could be anything, because
No, but Bethune in particular,
go ahead.
or you talking
It,
across the board?
not just Bethune, because like Jay Good said, every college has its issues, especially HBCUs.
I think a lot of that is really just based off of the funding for the BCUs, the HBCUs. I'm sorry.
No, you fine.
Um, excuse me. So if there's not enough funding to actually make like drastic improvements to the facilities, then you basically can't. Like you can make small modifications or something like that and try to build off of that and then eventually improve it. But if you don't have the funding to actually turn the thing around, then yeah, it just cannot happen.
Yeah, because the again, like the good point, Brent. Like the practice fields, all everything. So it like I'm sure you and Jay Good, Coach, can um just think back of your days on the HBCU campus. Like, man, I love the people here. Feels like a family, but this and that needs to change.
Well,
And over generations, it seems like it's been the same story. Even when my dad went to Fayetteville State,
well, just to kind of elaborate on what Jacob was saying,
it's the same thing. Go ahead.
all HBCUs don't have the exact same issues. Like in terms of facilities, if you look at Southern University current day compared to when I went to Southern University, like my niece, she should be arriving here like in a few minutes because my home is not too far from Southern's campus. But the type of issues I faced when I was her age going to Southern, she doesn't face those same type of issues in terms of facilities. Now, the bug infestation thing, that was an isolated incident. But if you look at the infrastructure in the buildings at Southern compared to when I was on campus and Jay Good was on campus, I mean, it's like night and day. I mean, they have like literally brand new buildings all around Southern's campus. The facilities are much better. than they were when we went to school. In fact, I had a my first roommate when I was at Southern. He was an architecture major, and essentially all these buildings all around campus. He was telling us in the late 90s, like, hey, they're gonna build a building in this particular location and in this location, and literally all those buildings he was telling me about, like my younger cousin and my niece, they got to essentially uh, reap the benefits of those that vision coming to fruition. So in terms of the facility standpoint, like a school like Southern doesn't have that issue, nor does like Alcorn State. Like that's one of like the nicer HBCU campuses in the region. So all HBCUs don't have the exact same issues. Now, like Jacob was saying, in terms of like maybe financial aid, like pre-registration, I know from a pre-registration standpoint, like the issues we faced in the 90s in terms of like you literally having to go to a building and literally wait from like 7 o'clock that morning to maybe
A
3, 4, 5
nightmare.
that evening. They don't have those issues at this point. However, like from a financial aid standpoint, yeah, that may be an issue. And in terms of like the bureaucracy of Southern University, yeah, those things are still an issue because you have some of these administrators, they're stuck in their ways and they really not, they might just say you might have an administrator that may be working at the registration office or the controller's office at Southern. This particular individual might have been in that position for maybe like 40, 50 years. So until like, he retires or he passes, you might not get change in that particular department. But in terms of like all the issues at HBCU being universal, some of those issues are universal, but for the most part, each HBCU has its own individual issues.
Okay, I want to hear Jay Good's perspective on it because he always comes with the um more educated view. Everybody on here is very well spoken. Just like I like Jay Good's perspective.
I, I think that I mean I think coach nailed it. I mean when you're talking about two different time periods, like even just when you're talking about Southern from like 25 years ago, 30 years ago compared to now, it's night and day. Um,
Mm.
you go on the campus now, you're like, where am I at? You don't remember. I mean, you're marveled. It's now at the same time, it's a process. It's a process to get there. So a lot of the things that the complaints and the things that need to be addressed, people just need to know and understand this is not a quick fix. This is not an overnight type of thing. Even if you do
Mm.
get the funding, even if you do get the funding from the states or if it's a donation or whatever, there is, so when you're operating, we're going to just say operating as a business, there's so many different um, key points that you're trying to address with funding. And a lot of times when people say, because there's this misconception that, when it comes to HBCUs, a lot of funds are misappropriated. And that may be the case, but again, when you talk about misappropriating funds, what does that mean? Does that mean that you made a donation and it didn't go to where you wanted it to go? Like when you donate to, like for instance, when I donate to Southern, there's several different areas that you can donate to. You can donate to a general fund, which means that money is going to go directly to the general fund. You can donate to an athletic department. But if you donate, for instance, let's just say to a general fund, and you have in your mind, I want this money to go to the athletic department, or I want it to go to the law school, or I want it to go to the nursing school, you did not specify that. But to that person that donated, they're like, oh, they misappropriated the funds. No, you didn't designate where those funds were going. Another thing that you have to keep in mind is with a lot of these HBCUs, the attendance is not as high as a lot of these, you know, I
Power
call
five.
them I call them TRIs, but to be politically correct, as the PWIs, the attendance is not the same. Even when you look at BCU, I believe BCU has like an attendance of like 3,000, 3,500. So when you extrapolate that over a period of time, I believe I read something a while back that since like the early 40s, from the early 40s up until current era, BCU is operating off of 19,000 alumni. 19,000 alumni. So when you do the math on that, and that doesn't mean that everybody that finished there, that they have these, these great jobs and they're able to, keep pumping money into the school. But there's a lot of schools. Hell, look at North Texas. North Texas has what, 30,000 something in attendance annually? We're talking about an alumni base. So a lot of people
Hmm.
like to say, well, why don't the alumni just donate and this and that? And it sounds good, but real, but realistically, when you look at the numbers over the years, it's not the same. It's not the same. I think Southern runs what, somewhere around 8 to 9,000 in attendance. So that's along the same ballpark as a TCU or a Baylor, but these are schools that have their endowments is completely different. So when I say endowments, I'm talking about what the alumni base is able to give. So they're working with a completely different number. So those things factor. And let's just say that you do give BCU, let's just say you give them $50 million.
Right.
Are they going to pour that $50 million into the athletic program? Or are they going to start addressing buildings? Are they going to start moving things around? Are they going to start increasing salaries? So there's a lot of different layers that a lot of people don't look at. But when it comes time to criticize HBCUs, that's the easy thing to do because you're like, okay, well, you got the money. What did you do with it? Well, I'm still trying to address things that need to be addressed 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, because HBC and just to be like what you're saying, HBCUs was put in the bad position financial wise a long time ago.
Yeah. Even if, for instance, like here locally in Dallas, there was a college back in the day called Bishop College, which eventually stopped. And then Paul Quinn, which was in Waco, where I'm originally from, they moved from Waco to Dallas and eventually started occupying that space now, which is where it's known in Dallas and Oak Cliff. When you go on that campus now, Paul Quinn now does not look like what it looked like uh, what it looked like when they took over. And it took time. It took a long time. I was there in October and I was walking the campus and I was mind blown. I could not believe that, their gymnasium is nice, the build I'm talking about state of the art, but a lot of those things it goes it flies up under the radar. A lot of times when you talk about HBCUs are in rural areas or they're in the side of town that, quote unquote, nobody wants to live on. So that kind of
Yep.
automatically gets thrown along with HBCUs. Don't go over there. You got Southern West located there. You got Alcorn, which is out in the sticks. You got Grambling, which is out in the sticks. You got all these different areas, and those are things that people kind of take for granted. So I think that those are the things that we have to really look at, and it kind of goes back to even when you look at it from that standpoint, when you talk about upgrading areas and money going to areas, South Oak Cliff does not look like Highland Park, but that's where
It
that's
don't.
where Paul Quinn is at. So that's what it is. So
See, and that's why I'm glad people like you and Brent Fox is on the show because y'all give um different, not only different perspective but well educated perspective along with me and Coach. So yeah, that's whew. You said a mouthful, Jay. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'll raise my hand and say I was one of the ones that, oh, they stealing money, they're not doing. But once you put it like that, like HBCUs have a lot to try to fix on those campuses, and it's from years
and
of
and
it not being addressed.
to go in on that, when you talk about misappropriating funds, these schools, as much as we don't want to, as much as we hate to say it, a lot of people politically really don't care for them or really don't want them open. As they could, if they're there, they're there. If they're not, oh well. With that being said, a lot of these schools are audited. So if the stigma is HBCUs is misappropriating funds, show me the list annually of all these schools that are misappropriating funds because they're under the microscope. They're being watched.
Yeah.
I mean, you see how they're doing Jackson, and Jackson State is, it's like when you talk about the water crisis, they people try to assume or they try to equate, Jackson State and bad water and this and that. It's not a Jackson State issue. That's a Jackson issue, which still falls back on the state of Mississippi.
Hmm.
They rather prop up University of Mississippi, Mississippi State, Southern Miss. They kind of, they're of the lower tier. Let Brett Forrest tell it. They're not getting the money that they should, but that's where their focus is. So Jackson State, they get in where they can fit in.
And and just to kind of elaborate on what Jacob was saying earlier, in terms of misappropriating funds, at one point there was a scandal that Southern University was misappropriating funds, but people don't realize in around that same time frame, LSU had a similar scandal. The difference is WAFB and WBLZ, the two local Baton Rouge news stations, they highlighted when Southern had their scandal, but yet when LSU had their scandal, they just kind of swept it under the rug and they really didn't give it much media attention and media coverage. So when you compare LSU and Southern when it comes to funding and resources and even the amount of money to misappropriate, LSU has a whole lot more money to misappropriate than Southern because, you know, the highest year of attendance Southern had, like when I was attending, was after Katrina. I think Southern had like the enrollment was like 10,000. But whereas that same year, you look at LSU attendance was on the low end. It was like 35,000 students.
Yep.
But yeah, when it came to misappropriating funds, they really didn't give much media attention or coverage to the situation at LSU. But yet, when it came to Southern, they kind of constantly highlighted it. They made it an ongoing story. So they also want to paint the narrative when it comes to these HBCUs that they misappropriate funds. So it's a stigma that's placed on Southern and other HBCUs. We want to paint them in a negative light, so we give it a certain degree of media coverage. Even when LSU has a fight against another team, they may show it one or two news cycles, but yet when Southern and Prairie View Bands fought, they literally showed that for like every year when those two teams played for like 15 years straight.
Right.
And bro, like how long are y'all going to play this when these two teams play? I mean, that happened in '98, and it was like literally, it was deep into the 2000s before they stopped showing it every time Southern and Prairie View played. So it's a narrative that the media paints when it comes to these HBCUs.
Yeah, Code 67. You messing up the TV money there, sir. Messing up the TV money.
And do you can you be fellas be honest? Y'all think that? And don't get me wrong, they all certain HBCUs. I need to stop saying all, but certain HBCUs do have their issues. So do you? And don't get me wrong, I like Coach Prime, and I love Ed Reed, but do you think with their perspectives, you think they're kind of feeding into that a little bit?
Well, you have to look at where they're coming from. I mean, Coach Prime, he played at Florida State. Ed
Right.
Reed,
Mm-hmm.
U. So they wouldn't look at it from the same lens as maybe Aeneas Williams, a Doug,
Mm-hmm.
or someone that played at HBCU. They're going to look at it from a different perspective. All right, just say for example, right? This one thing that should give Jackson State's athletic program a shot in the arm. The fact that at one point when the two teams played in the SWAC championship games, at one point they split that pot. However, since they went to this new format, the team that is the highest seed in the SWAC championship game and that wins, that particular team is going to get all of the proceeds. That's why it's a home game for them. They get the gate, they get all the concessions, they get everything. So you would think, winning the SWAC championship game back to back years and then going to Heritage Bowl back to back years, you think it would speed up the process in terms of, them improving facilities around Jackson State. But like Jay Good said, it's a process. And the fact that Coach Prime was seeing, the increase in attendance, because, I was going to these games when Southern played Jackson State in the 90s. The way the crowd was this year, it was like that in the late 90s when they were playing each other in the inaugural SWAC championship game. So I saw it in the initial stages when they first started playing the SWAC championship game to now, it's become a big event, the Boombox Classic. It wasn't that in the mid to late 90s. However, the point I'm trying to make is, I think he has a certain perspective. The fact that he went to a PWI in a Power Five, and Ed Reed went to U. They're not gonna have the same perspective. Someone that actually went to HBCU and played at the HBCU. I'm almost certain Doug Williams and Coach Prime, they're gonna have a different perspective. The fact that Doug Williams went to Grambling as opposed to Florida State. So perspective, is paramount in this particular situation.
I agree.
Absolutely.
I agree. I think that, to piggyback on what you said, what you were saying, I look at it like this. If I am a high school football coach, whether I am an assistant, position, or even a head coach, even just on the local level, if again, I'll go back to what I was saying earlier. If I was coaching at Highland Park and then I take a job at South Oak Cliff, I'm not going to be at the doorstep talking about, man, look at this building and what are they doing here? Now you're rubbing people the wrong way. You got to understand that these are two different entities that are operating and moving in a fashion completely different. And
Exactly.
when you look at individuals that are coming from Miami or even Prime, I mean, he's coming from technically you're coming from off of TV, and you, as he said, he didn't know what Jackson State was. So, by you saying that you didn't know what Jackson State was or where it was at and you never been to Jackson, now you're kind of telling me that somebody is coaching you up, somebody is feeding you information because you know where you want to get career wise. So you're being fed information like, okay, it's a HBCU, it's a small school, it's in Jackson, Mississippi, yada yada yada. Then when you get there, based off of all the places that you've been in the past, and you're not familiar with the culture, you're not familiar with the history, you don't understand all the different layers that how they even got to that point. It's you're at a culture shock. And I think that for the most part, I think Prime, I think he handled it well. I do, when you watch the series, I do think a lot of that stuff was made for TV, for the little series that they was doing with Barstool. But still, some of the things, I get it. It's your personality. You want to see changes made, instantly. Um, but everybody doesn't. Everybody is not able to make those changes. Everybody does not have a network and connections to do that. Does Ed have the connections and the network as Prime? I don't know, possibly. But you came in, you for what they were working with. That's the thing. To an extent, HBCUs are kind of like us. They're kind of like black people. We're doing the most with less. And I think that a lot of people that come from
Mm,
these different walks of life, they don't truly understand that until they're out there. And then your most vocal people, online, never attended, never walked the campus, never really talked to anyone.
never
So
been to
all
a
this,
game.
never been to a game, So then when you hear someone of celebrity stature, when you hear them complaining and griping, naturally because of idolatry, you're going to ride with them. You're going to look at the black folks or we're now the boogeyman and we're not taking care of business and this and that, but you don't understand. When you go back and you look at just from the state schools, when you go back and you look at the amount of money that they were supposed to have gotten that they still haven't gotten to this day. Some of them are just now starting to get it. I think Tennessee State is starting to articulate some of those funds. These people are in hundreds of millions of dollars that are owed to them that they have not gotten. So when you think about over time, what happens when they are the funds that they're supposed to get? when you think about when there are a lot of those funds, now you're starting looking at better staff, you're looking at better teachers, you're looking at better facilities and things like that. But when those resources are withheld, then you still continue to do what you got to do. You're not going now. There have been quite a few that have closed their doors. There have been quite a few that have lost accreditation. So but those are a lot of the factors that a lot of people just really aren't really knowledgeable about. See, my parents, I guess you could say I'm a swag baby. My mama went to Prairie View. My dad, he from Mississippi. He went to Valley. He went to Alcorn. He went to
Right.
just all in general, just throughout the thing. My brother went to Paul Quinn. So HBCU life is nothing different to me. So I know and I understand where they're coming from. I mean, even coming up with being around Paul Quinn and being on that campus, I remember, it wasn't the best looking campus, but at the same time, if I went to Baylor across the street, if I went to Baylor, I was like, it's night and day. And Paul Quinn is another private school, another private entity. So just like Baylor's a private school and a private entity, but they have a stronger force of alumni. They have a better endowment based off of what we're faced with.
And if people don't know, if you lying, if you're in Texas, if you driving through Waco, you see that big McLean Stadium
Oh, you
right
can't miss it.
beside the. I'm telling you, man.
Can't miss it. Yeah.
Telling you.
You sure can. And to your point, Jay Good, my dad actually came from Mississippi originally to go to Bishop College, which turned into Paul Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
So we've had exposure to Paul Quinn, and then of course my brother's family on his mama's side is from that area. So yeah, to see Paul Quinn actually just kind of evolve the way that it did, yeah, it was mind blowing for me too.
Look at Prairie View. Prairie View's the same way.
Yeah.
Now Prairie View kind of piggybacks there in that A&M system. But
Mm-hmm.
when you look at that campus and the facilities, you like, wow.
Yeah.
For a while there, I was jealous. From being a Southernite, I'm like, man, we got to step our shit up, bro. But I'm, when you walk on Prairie View's campus, you just like, whoa, man, they doing it, but they're able to tap into some of that A&M system funds. So
Mm-hmm.
those are kind of like the things that we face with.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it was very different from when even my brother going to Prairie View. Like you could tell that they was doing something. Because like when I got out of school, like in '98, it looked one way. Them and Paul Quinn was like cousins back then. Like
Mm-hmm.
Prairie View and Paul Quinn was basically the same school. Paul Quinn was just smaller. And then when my brother was going, like in 2006, you could see that there was change. And then I had a goddaughter recently graduate from Prairie View, like 2017. It got even better. And then now it's just it looked crazy.
Yeah. So that's a span of 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically what I'm saying. So even like with the things that need to be addressed at Bethune-Cookman, it's going to take time. I mean, from my understanding, FEMA has been working with them, but FEMA hasn't cut any checks. So, you're saying that trash is in these buildings, possibly. Is that the trash, the trash that's on the campus? I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I know that they got hit by two hurricanes. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, or if that's just something that's always been there. But when you're talking about, landscape and buildings that are affected by a natural disaster, and you're trying to, for the time being, where are we gonna put this? I don't know if that's one of the cases where they just like, what, put it in that building for the time being. I don't know. But those are things that, a lot of people, they really don't think about. They just think about from the standpoint of, you got a guy that wants to coach and he's passionate and he's well decorated, and, a lot of people want to see him there. But I think we need to dig in more as in what he's saying, how we're going to rectify that, and the part of how we're going to rectify that, what are they going to get to, what type of tools and resources are they going to receive to get that rectified? Because if they're still just, a school that's operating with an attendance of 3,500 students with an active base of let's just say 19,000, which, if you're talking about back from the 40s, I would imagine quite a few of those people are elderly now. Um, how much you only can say alumni should donate, so much. So it's like there has to be more assistance. There's got to be a better plan. Now, how we go about doing that, I don't know. I know that part of the care relief fund that Biden did with HBCUs. I think it was like 50 million. Now I don't know if that 50 million was allotted to each school or if that was. I think it was a total, like, I want to say like 2 billion or 5 billion, and I want to say like 50 million. Don't quote me on that, but I want to say like 50 million or something.
Right.
Supposedly, that went to Bethune-Cookman. That can get swallowed up real quick when you're talking about just operating, logistically, just operating. So I don't know, Coach, if you watch Jaguar Journal with Perry White. He was talking about this past year, Southern's budget was like 11 million, and he said that they had a successful year, and a lot of that money comes from the football department, and they technically are broken even.
Mm.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, 11 million. That means that we are operating off of 11 million, and we got to get this back in order to stay out the red, and they broke even. So, it's a lot of
For a
things
couple of
that. Go ahead.
for a couple, they want to land because they just didn't have the funds.
Right.
Yeah, that 11 million just for operating costs for a university, like that's eye opening. The 11 million to maybe, and I don't want to put it in a negative or derogatory term, but if it's a situation where you hear $11 million for operating costs, um, most people that don't have real experience, yeah, I'll word it that way. Most people that don't have real experience with running like a business or a major entity would look at that and be like, oh, okay, well, they're doing good. No.
No.
If you're running off of that, okay, and you are a school or a higher education institute, and you have people that you have to basically just bring in to kind of help make you more money. Yeah, that's really a shoestring budget almost. Not almost, it is. It's a shoestring budget.
It is. I don't think Texas College and a small HBCU in Tyler, Texas, I don't think they can hardly um, survive off that. And they was on the brink 2 years ago. They was on the brink of closing down.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
I
they
mean,
was on the brink 2 years ago. They was on.
that's why I was saying that you're trying to do the most with less. Literally, you're
Mm-hmm.
you're trying you're trying to make it work with a minimal amount of resources.
But like
So
you said, ironically, that's our plight, ain't it, Jay?
Yeah.
indeed.
I'm sorry, brother. I wasn't trying to cut you off or nothing, man. I was just
No, you
backing you
good.
up.
You good.
Okay.
Man, this topic. We can talk all day about this, man. But before I wrap it up, and Brent, and I'm glad you came back, Jay. Good. I'm glad you came up because I want to ask you this question. I already got Coach. Who you think was going to happen? I asked a question earlier. Who you think is going to win the Super Bowl?
Mm.
Um, and Coach already picked the Chiefs. He basically said that any team at the AFC, he thinks it'll be any team in the NFC. Don't mean it doesn't matter if the Cowboys, if the 49ers or whoever wins from the 49ers, Cowboys tonight. He thinks anybody from AFC is going to beat them. Now, me being a Baltimore Ravens fan coming out the AFC, I usually agree with him. But this year, I just believe the NFC is built better on the offensive side of the ball and defense side of the ball versus the Chiefs. They're lights out on offense, but their the secondary um can be picked apart. Especially you had somebody like Eli Apple trying to guard your number one, even two wide receiver. So starting with Brent, who do you have winning the Super Bowl and why? And I know it's we still got games playing.
Yeah.
And last time I checked, I think the Cowboys and 49ers is tied, unless the score has changed 9-9.
Let me check. Oh, they on commercial. Um, who we? Actually, brother, I think I'm kind of gonna go another route. And as much as I do not like this team, I'm probably gonna go out on a limb and say that the Cincinnati Bengals win their first Super Bowl.
Okay, okay. And why is that?
Honestly, it's just pure momentum. I think that their momentum is actually like is it's already very well built, and the way that they actually handled Buffalo in adverse conditions.
Okay.
Um, yeah, it's there's something to be said about that. I want I initially wanted to say that if they get over Dallas, the 49ers will probably win another one. But um, for whatever reason, man, I think if it comes down to it, you can't trust Brock Purdy. Um, and the only reason I'm saying that, man, is because I watched the Seattle game, and there were some he threw he threw possible interceptions probably about 6 or 7 times, like 6 or 7 times. And then unfortunately he was late. He was like very late on some reads. He missed like 2 or 3 wide open receivers trying to go down the field and get a big play. Um, so yeah, and he's a 7th round rookie, man. I think if you force the situation to where he have to win the game for him, it's not going to end well for the 49ers. The Eagles, uh, I want to say that they have similar momentum, but I'm just not. It's just something about them that I'm not so sure about. But hopefully I'm wrong. Maybe Jalen Hurts actually pulls it off. But yeah, I got the Bengals actually winning.
Y'all both coach got a AFC team and you got an AFC team. Okay.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go to Jay Good. I'm gonna say this. I like how you put emphasis on them beating the Bills because the Bills had one of the top defenses this year, and the offense was lights out as far as um wide receivers, Diggs getting open. But I just don't trust that Cincinnati Bengals defense. They DJ Reader, Hendrickson, and Hubbard. They can get after the quarterback. I give them that. Um, but the secondary, I just don't trust they secondary. Jesse Bates can't cover both sides of the field. You know what I mean? Well, he can, but it's um I just see Eli Apple putting him in bad situations,
Mm.
especially going against somebody like AJ Brown, um and what's the boy from Alabama, skinny wide receiver that's killing it,
Oh, Devontae Smith.
Devontae Smith. You got those two monsters on each
Hmm.
side. I just don't see. Of course, it's why they play the game, right? I could be wrong as hell, but um, I just don't trust the air. Usually, I don't know what's going on, Brent. Usually, the AFC got good defense. Um, the AFC is known for their defense, but not this year. We
Hmm.
we we food in the secondary. Um, but I definitely see your perspective, though. I definitely see. I wouldn't be surprised how Cincinnati has been playing. Um, Jay Good, who you think's gonna win the Super Bowl?
Man, you asking the wrong person, man.
Oh yeah, that's right, bro.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
for me, now I have you talking about for me, of course, being from Texas, I grew up a Cowboys fan. Um, you know, followed it. I'm talking about followed it every day, year upon year. And then, like, when the thing happened back with Kaepernick and you seeing just back how Jerry was moving, and it just rubbed me the wrong way. And it just, I just kind of, I stopped watching, man. So it's like now I don't even really watch. I see stuff on TV, whether it's, stuff on the news or, just being on social media, seeing people venting. But I will say this though, based off of those teams, um, just me just being a football guy, to me, as a man once told me, the game is about the quarterback. So if I am a betting man, as in who's going to go to the Super Bowl and who's going to win it based out of the quarterbacks that are in the playoffs now, I would probably lean towards the Chiefs. I think I think that's the guy with the proven record.
Mm,
I think that he has the ability. He's been there before. What's the guy for San Fran? What'd you say his name was?
Brock Purdy.
He's a rookie.
Brock Purdy.
Hmm.
Brock
Yeah.
Purdy.
See,
Yeah.
eventually he's
Seven
going
rounds.
to be exposed. Eventually he's going to be exposed, and the deeper he gets into the playoffs, he's going to start seeing things that he's never seen before. I understand that San Fran is kind of mirroring. Well, I'm not going to say mirroring. Back in the day, they were more of a finesse type of team. They were physical at times. Now, from my understanding, they are more of a physical team, so they are built for the playoffs. But I mean, just a rookie quarterback going and trying to actually, I would be surprised. Dak, um,
He threw a bad interception already.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised.
they're winning.
Um,
The Dallas is down 16-12. Thank you, Brent.
Hmm.
16-12.
Yeah.
16-12. Okay. All
Yep.
right. Whatever. So, yeah, I would probably say Kansas City. I would probably say Kansas City would be my pick to win it.
Well,
Okay. Okay. And
Not to
I mean,
not to change gears here, but did y'all hear about what
no. Go ahead. Change your way. Go ahead.
did y'all hear about DeAndre Sanders? What she said in that
What
interview?
what she say?
oh no, sir. What'd she say?
Well, there was an interview that hit social media, at least on Twitter, yesterday, that she did with some little podcast, and they was interviewing her and asking her about her dad and everything and how she felt about him going to Colorado. And she made a statement. She was like, "Well, you gotta do what's right for him in his career." And she was like, "He people have to understand he has kids that go to Jackson State." And she was like, "It's not a safe place." She said that they have killings like every other month, and that went viral on Twitter. And people, the HBCU people gonna come after her head. So they were like, "What are you talking about? Killings at Jackson State every other month?" Because I think it was right before the SWAC championship. There was a kid or a student that got killed, I think, by his roommate. Um, and from my understanding, it was over some bullshit. It was over like some donuts. I mean, it's sad to say, over donuts.
Oh
The dude lost his
wow.
life over
Say
some
it's not
donuts.
true.
Yeah, but that was like the first killing on campus of Jackson State since 1970. Since 1970. And she said that there's killings every other month. So today she came out and did an apology after everybody got on her helmet. but it's like she's still on social media. She's like, oh, well, y'all don't know the truth. They're hiding stuff, and there are killings and murders, but y'all just don't know about it. And I was just like,
Well, what
I'm like,
about what
wow,
just happened in Virginia a couple of 1 or 2 months back? A Power
what happened?
Five school.
Idaho. Didn't somebody? Wasn't there multiple shootings in Idaho?
No,
Yeah,
definitely.
Virginia Tech.
Exactly. For the
yeah,
second
Virginia
time.
Tech. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
that
So
Virginia.
it's just like again, you start talking about stigmas and you know it's just a bad look. I'll see if I can forward the actual clip, find the clip, and I'll forward to you guys. But it's a bad look, man. It's just like you got to know your limits. At least know what you're talking about. If you're happy or pleased that your dad has moved on, okay, that's cool. But don't just blatantly lie. You know, are there things going on in Jackson? Yes. I mean, but there's also things going on in Waco. There's things going on in Dallas. I mean, hell, people have gotten killed right outside the campus of SMU. People have gotten robbed. Hell, somebody to take it to a further extent. This is how deep that they went in. They they went to Colorado and pulled up their police reports, and there was since January of this month, there was like over 200 occurrences of crime. So people was like, how is Prime gonna sit here when he goes and visits Boulder and say, oh, I like it out here, no crime. But then somebody went and pulled the receipts and like, yeah, there is crime. There's over 200 incidents in this incident report. So again, it's like you're kind of shading a certain group of people to prop up another group of people that really don't even really give a damn about you. It's just about what you can provide for them at that time. So
Like you said last show, you just keep stuff in house. Yeah, yeah, I'll be mad if somebody busting windows up my car. Or, you know what I mean? And a lot of HBCUs are in the hood, but like you said, some people over exaggerate the situations that's really going on in HBCUs.
I mean, that's ridiculous, bro. That's like, me, as someone that graduated from Southern, that's like you trying to equate the incidents that happened in Scotlandville to Southern University, even though some of those incidents don't even happen on Southern University's campus. So, in many instances, the media conflate those type of things, and it's in poor taste that she does something like that because, it continues to, same thing I talk about the negative light on HBCUs. It continues to shine a negative light on them, and that's ridiculous.
I think she just ain't want to be at a school around a whole bunch of Negroes. That's all. Sound like it.
well, she lives in Atlanta. I mean, she wasn't even residing in Jackson. She lives in Atlanta. But again, from my understanding, she
Never mind.
came quite a few times and kicked it and partied and enjoyed, but there was never any issues. And there's even like athletes from Jackson State that are like now chiming in and saying, yeah, it's wrong. And what's the dude from Dale State? Thias, what is it, Guthrie? He's saying that from the time that he's been there, he's felt at home. He said he ain't had no issues or nothing. He didn't understand where that's coming from.
I mean, and the crazy thing
People
about it
full
is,
of it.
her mom went to FAMU.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where Coach Prime met her mom. When he would go from Florida State's campus to FAMU campus when they met when they were both in college. So I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's 1912. 49ers winning.
Dallas is punting, I think. Yeah, Dallas punting. So the
Wow.
49ers just got the ball back, and it's 2:05 left.
Ooh.
Yeah, but just to not even piggyback, just to respond what you said, Jay Good. That she's I don't know why she even flamed that fire. That she shouldn't even open her mouth.
Yeah, I think unfortunately because social media is so prevalent, um, people need to do something else to kind of put themselves in the spotlight as well. Like brother Jay hit it right on the head, man. She'll come out here, she's actually in Atlanta. She came out there to kind of reap the benefits, and then once that kind of ran out, oh, okay, it's time to put them in the trash because I don't need them no more. That says more about possibly who that particular person is for real than it does the actual, place or yeah, the actual setting or place.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
I agree.
it's
I agree. I'm trying to find the actual clip where I can send it to you guys. I agree. Bear with me one moment.
no problem. It kind of reminds me, speaking what you said, Brent, about social media and people just want to be in the moment. You know, like the Tupac and Biggie situation, right? And once YouTube, Facebook, and all that started to get bigger, you started seeing a lot of interviews. People, oh, I met Tupac or Biggie, whichever one. They started, you know, doing a whole bunch of interviews about when they was with them, or even if he said hi to them, they doing an interview about that. You know what I mean? Instead of the people who was actually with them. You know what I mean? For long periods of time. So it's like you said, just 5 minutes of fame.
Yeah, relevancy is a real thing, brother, unfortunately. And with places like Vlad TV, that kind of exploits stuff like that, that unfortunately gives them people a little bit more time. So it might be 5 minutes, it translates to 15 minutes now. And then they'll do something else or say something else outlandish to get maybe 20 minutes now or 30 minutes of fame, and so on and so on.
Yeah, Brent dropped off. He's probably come back on, but yeah, it's crazy. Okay, I got the link. Hey, I'm about to share the video. But last time I shared, y'all couldn't hear me, so I'm about to try it again, and hopefully, y'all gentlemen can hear me. Share screen. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, there you go.
So, did you like the decision your dad made to go to Denver? I'm gonna always support my family, whatever they do. So when you hear haters talking about your dad, is like, oh, he didn't make the right decision. He should have stayed in, I mean, the thing that people don't know is like, it's more than football in Jackson. Mm-hmm. Like, when my dad makes a decision, he thinks about all aspects of his kids. People don't realize he actually did have kids that go to the school also. Mm-hmm. Like, people don't know that it's killing on the campus. Oh, like, wow. Every few months. Yeah, they don't know that. People are breaking in the locker rooms, stealing from the students. So it's kind of like my dad give this much back to the community, but it's like, what is the community giving? Shit, I would have left too. Yeah, and I mean, if he doesn't feel safe there, then I mean, damn. So he didn't feel safe at all being there. I mean, I don't know what he felt. I'm just saying I wouldn't have felt safe. I don't know what my dad felt.
You didn't feel safe whenever you was on campus?
I felt safe, but I'm saying for the stuff I would see and hear, it's like scary. I wouldn't. Yeah, you just have to. Like my dad gave a lot to Jackson for them to be doing stuff like that.
Yeah, I didn't like how they was trying to paint a bad picture when he left.
I don't like that because
but they do it to everybody, and I always try to tell people when LeBron left Cleveland, they burned his jersey. Yeah. They gonna do that to everybody. And
it's like, what more could he have done? He did what all he said he was gonna do.
Did y'all hear that?
Yeah,
I heard it.
She was more just trying to rationalize and justify his decision for leaving. You know, once she got beyond a certain point, she kind of lost me. But if she said, he factors in a variety of different things when he's making that particular decision, I think hash off at that particular point, I would have been good with her response. But when she kept going and she talked about the killing every few months, she lost me at that point.
Right.
Now I'm about to share the
It's
apology.
some embellishment, a lot of embellishment there.
Yeah. At first, when she opened up and talked about, how her father was making the decisions for like the betterment of the family or just maybe the family safety, I was about to apologize for the statement I made, but not now.
Yeah. Yeah, now I'm about to share the apology. Oh,
Okay.
it's already playing. Let me know if y'all can hear.
Good morning, everybody. So, yeah, first, I would like to apologize for a comment I recently made concerning the JSU Tigers. I do feel like that I oversimplified due to the fact that every time I did post a team out, I was made aware of shootings, murders, robberies on campus, around campus, and in the city. But I really do apologize for what I said. It's just that things did happen while my family was there that the public was not made aware of. But I definitely shouldn't have exaggerated like that, and I do want to say that I do apologize. So I apologize to the whole JSU community, the JSU campus, and everyone that's part of JSU.
And one more, gentlemen, before y'all go in, is the Colorado incident. Oh, it's not a video, so it's basically a. So, the University of Colorado is very dangerous, y'all. It's been hundreds of rapes, thefts, assault, drug violations in just 2 months. I wonder if Deion Sanders and family feel safe there. The family extremely annoying. This family is extremely annoying. HBCU. Well,
So those in that chart, and when you look at that, those are all the incidents that have been reported this month, because it says 2023, right? So we're
yeah,
only what is today, the 21st, 22nd.
yeah.
So when you look at from the 1st of January up until this day, all of those incidents happened on campus.
Criminal accident, theft, suspicious activity, alcohol violation, property found, bike theft, fraud,
So
forgery.
so when you look at all that, and when you think about the day that he left, when you think
Hmm.
about the day that he left the SWAC championship game and flew into Colorado and was enamored by the campus and the structures and all that. One of the things that he said was, "Oh, it's nice out here. I like it out here. No crime," which I thought was shade towards Jackson, Mississippi. And here it is. You got me feeling a certain way, being a Southerner. Like, damn, I got to stand up for for JSU. So
Hmm.
it's just like Come on, people. This happens everywhere. Don't use as an excuse of why you trying to get up out the door, and at the same time, don't try to belittle other people also because
Now,
it happens on every campus.
now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be straight 100. If y'all go back and watch other shows uh and Deion Sanders came out and was saying about this, yeah, I was kind of drunk the Kool-Aid a little bit, but that's why we talk about stuff like this, and why we bring people like Jay Good and Britt Fox on, so they can have other perspective. And these gentlemen know a coach, know HBCU life. They stepped on campuses of HBCUs, had families that went to HBCUs, so they're just not
They'll do.
shooting. Yeah, yes, they're not just shooting this information out their rear end. So I'm not gonna lie, I was one of the ones that was drinking the because I like what Deion Sanders going to Jackson State and coaching there and everything. That's but at the same time, um, when the information Jay Good has shown making me kind of if you want to leave, bro, just don't blame that on the crime, man.
Yeah. Hey, they State seems a lot safer than me. Just my opinion.
Mhm.
And also, coach, it kind of goes back to what you're saying about coverage, about news coverage. I noticed that. I mean, you can't help for years and years how the local news in Baton Rouge, how it covers Southern University versus, Louisiana State,
That's
LSU,
true.
when it comes to
Yep.
crime and things like that. Even recently, I think it was a few weeks ago, a student that attends Southern, she I don't know if it was just collateral damage or if she was a part of the incident, but she got killed in New Orleans. And when they reported it, they went out of their way to again attach Southern University. They said a
Yeah,
Southern
Southern
University
University.
student was killed. So it's like those types of things. It's like, come on, man, do you really need to do all that?
and they talk about how Russ Scotlandville is. LSU is literally in the heart of South Baton Rouge. If you leave the wrong part of LSU campus, you literally are in the middle of South Baton Rouge. So
Right.
the surrounding areas by either campus, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'd rather be in Scotlandville than be in certain parts of South Baton Rouge. I mean, that's my opinion.
I agree.
Man, Jay Good, thank you for that information. You kind of, and I love Coach Prime, and it making me kind of side eye him a little bit. I still love that brother. Still love, um the spotlight he put on Jackson State at that time he was there. But some of the stuff he could have just kept to himself and just went to Colorado and
Yeah,
just
I
kept.
think I think at this point, I mean, um, he's a charismatic dude, guy. I like what he did for that program, and I think that because of his personal experiences, whether it was with the president at Jackson State or whatever it may be, I think that there still is a little there's some things that's still going on in the background, and because of that, when he has these conversations with the Ed Reeds, with the Uncle Lukes, with these other people that are speaking for him, and I can tell that they're speaking for him because of the things that they're saying. I see some pillow talk there, and even with his daughter. So it's like whatever grievances that you have, if you've moved on, move on. So you just hear things. It's like when you start piecing things together and you hear people talk, you can tell that you know he still feels a certain type of way. I mean, here it is. Ed came out of nowhere with his first couple of sentences when he first hopped on social media. I don't ever remember Ed Reed being active on social media. But as soon as he gets on social media and decides to go live, one of the first things he says is Prime was right. Uncle Prime was right. Well, what type of
Mm.
conversations were you having? What were you discussing? Because was he right about Jackson State or was he right about Bethune-Cookman? Or in your eyes, was he right about all HBCUs?
Mm.
So, it's things like that. When you start making blanket statements, then you start seeing online, you start seeing people that, really don't care about those schools or have no type of connection. They start parroting those same talking points and they start trying to drag down the culture. All because they don't want, for some reason, they don't want anybody associated with those schools. I'm like, what? I'm like, what would you guys have done pre 1965 when you couldn't go to when collectively as a group of people you
Mm.
couldn't go
Preach.
to Colorado, when you couldn't go to Texas? What would you have done? So, like I said earlier, I call them TRIs. I know people want to call them PWIs, predominantly white institutions, but because we have a thing called HBCUs, historically black college university, because we have that, what gave rise to that was TRIs, traditionally racist institutions. So you want all these 4 and 5 star athletes and top talent coaches, you want them to go to traditionally racist institutions and not go to historically black colleges and universities to prop them up for some reason. You like the way that ice tastes. That ice tastes a little bit better to you.
Mm.
I mean, you see people from Georgia shitting on, HBCUs, and Georgia has a history still to this day of racial issues. Same as LSU.
Big time at LSU. And
Even
the crazy,
Texas.
the crazy thing
So
about it, but
same as North Carolina.
a month ago we were saying how a lot of the State fans look like scoring lovers. Seem like Coach Prime, he scored a little bit also. So it wasn't just one way.
Wow, man. Jay Good, you saying a mouthful. Don't get it twisted. I got this UNC Tar Heel picture because I am from North Carolina. And I like the Tar Heels, but what do you think was one of the first football games my dad took me to when I was small? It was an HBCU game, Fayetteville State versus Johnson C. Smith. So it's like you said, it's in. I don't know about any, but in my history, and
Yeah.
have a whole bunch of family members that went to HBCUs and remember the culture of it, the connections, the cool people that they met to this day. So I mean, I can go as far as say it's kind of cowardly just people picking on HBCUs like this. Very cowardly. Go ahead,
Doesn't,
Jacob.
doesn't that sound familiar though? I mean, even when you break it down to boxing, don't people have an issue with the Lions Den boxing community?
LDBC.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you got to break off from the YTBC? Or why has it got to be about race? Well, historically, boxing has always been about
Always been
race.
about race.
It's been about race. It's been about nation or national, and it's been about pride. We didn't make it that
Mm-hmm.
way. We didn't say, you know what? Let's just start making our own schools. Well, only us can go there, or anybody can go there. No, that was what we had to resort to doing because we wasn't allowed collectively to go to these prestigious schools that y'all now upholding. And because they're still functioning now to this day, with limited resources and limited funds, people still have an issue with that.
Preach,
Yeah,
man.
absolutely. And then
Man.
to kind of back up what Jay Good is saying, um, if it wasn't for them actually finding out that our athletes are beneficial to their programs, I mean, it would still be that way. Because unfortunately, that particular old way of thinking is not as prevalent now. But I mean, there's still some residue from that way of thinking. Like they don't mind drafting us to go throw, run, or catch a football and then put a ball through a hoop playing basketball. But I kind of think, well, okay, well, how many academic scholarships are you offering outstanding children of color, to come to your school? What about somebody that is actually, what if somebody actually has like the mindset to be a great engineer? I mean, are you looking at them too, or that's a conversation that could go on and on. But it's just something that I was thinking
Mm.
about during our chat right now.
No, that's a very good point, Brent.
Well, I can say this because I know right now that there is a divide. I'm not going to call it a war or anything like that. You have individuals that want to, because of just the fandom and the fanaticism of football, especially college football. Yes, people want, the best players to go to their colleges and this and that. But I do know that there's a possibility, not saying that it will happen, but there's a possibility that some changes could be coming. And if they come, how are you going to react and respond? Just like this past summer, you had Roe versus Wade that was struck down by the Supreme Court, right? Well,
Mm-hmm.
in this coming summer, the Supreme Court is going to revisit um, what do you call it? Affirmative action when it comes to schools. And
Mm.
some of the leaders or the focal point in that is you have a group of Asians that feel like they're not getting their just due when it comes to admission into a lot of these schools. So they're like, you know what? It's not really benefiting us. Let's take it down. So if they take down affirmative action from a school standpoint, when you're talking about enrollment, and a lot of these schools that you want to go to, whether it's University of North Texas or if it's University of Texas or if it's Alabama, if they strike that down, and it's going to be even more difficult for you to get into those schools or get accepted into those schools, where are you going to go?
Mm.
Who are you going to
Mm.
look at? Are you now looking at Prairie View? Are you now looking at Grambling? Are you now looking at Florida A&M? You already see how DeSantis is doing in Florida. You don't give a shit about Florida A&M or BCU. But when it comes down to it, college football it's a big money maker. So they got to make a choice. Do you want these? Do you want to go by tradition of making things better for you? And in the process of doing that, you could possibly lose something in the long run. So it's going to be interesting to see. But keep an eye on that come this summer.
Well, the crazy thing about it is, in certain states that's more liberal, like in California, even in Michigan, they already did away with affirmative action, and of course, uh, they was using a lot of affirmative action in terms of enrollment and admission. It was mostly benefiting white women because they fell under the affirmative action banner. So
Mm-hmm.
of course, the group that it affected the most, because I watched it on I don't know if y'all ever saw this channel with this lady named Crimson Cure. Well, on her channel, she addressed that particular situation, and of course, it affected black males the most because they were saying some of these PWIs, when it came to you know like critical thinking and engineering and STEM careers, black males kind of excel in those type of things, and in terms of like, she was talking about different inventions, like the cotton gin. In many instances, black males invented those inventions. And of course, white people took credit for it. So that's the reason, great black minds benefit some of these PWIs in terms of, they invent these type of things, these inventions by these brilliant black minds, but the white people benefit from it the most. So
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Man. Go ahead, Brent.
No, go ahead. I don't want to interrupt.
No, I was about to say, with Jay, that's really something to think about. Y'all crapping on these HBCUs when programs like affirmative action go away. Where are you gonna go? Well, if you can't go to North Carolina, you better hope you're able to get into a Fayetteville State or Johnson C. Smith. If you can't go to Texas, you better hope you can go to a Texas college or Prairie View A&M or um, a Texas Southern. So I mean that I mean that's I didn't even, and Jay Good. I'm embarrassed to say I didn't even know that was what was about to happen.
Yeah, it's up for them to review that this summer. I mean, again, it's like when you think about, not trying to get political, but when you think about the way that things were structured, especially like during the Trump administration, he set up a lot of key pieces, and he probably, I don't know if he had an idea or if he felt like he wasn't going to win the next election, but he set up a lot of key pieces in the Supreme Court standpoint. So we may end up losing this battle, but in the long run, there's going to be things that's going to favor us for the war. So when you start tearing down things like Roe versus Wade, which is going to benefit, well, at least they feel like that's going to benefit, a certain group of people. When you start tearing down that, they walk away and feel like that's a win. Now you got affirmative action. That's something that they feel like, okay, this could be possibly another win. What happens if they struck down Roe versus Wade? What if they want to say, you know what, let's strike down Brown versus the Board of Education? Not saying that it can't happen, not saying that it will, but do you think that it hasn't crossed somebody's mind? Because if that was to happen, what you gonna do? Now, I think that from their standpoint, it definitely doesn't. From a standpoint of competing in schools and making money, that doesn't benefit them. Because if I mean, let's just be real about it. If you remove the black athlete off your team, especially in Power Five, what are you looking like? Are you looking like Ivy League football? Are you looking like pre 1965 when Coach Robinson dominated with Grambling year after year after year after year, and that's where the NFL was going? Is that what you're looking like? Is that what you want? I don't have a problem with that. Honestly, that might be what we need. I don't know, but those are things
Mm.
that people have to think about.
Boy, you took took the words right out of my mouth, literally, Jay. You literally took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, some
Yeah, I
words.
just I just think that it's so many layers when you start talking about HBCUs and then you start seeing the dialect and the conversations online, and people are just looking at it in the now, but they're not thinking about historically and just a lot of things, from the funding to the laws that had to be passed to even just going back and forth with trying to get those, you know, trying to get that certain type of athlete into that program. And that was one of my things with Prime. You know, yes, he did something. A lot of people like, well, he did a lot for HBCUs and this and that. Did he? Let's just be honest. Did he? What did he do for North Carolina A&T's women's basketball? What did he do for Florida A&M's baseball? All of y'all that watched Jackson State when he was there, are y'all gonna be tuning in this
I'm
year?
gonna hit you. I'm gonna hit you to the side of the head, Jay Good. What did he do for Allen University wrestling team? They're the only HBCU that has a wrestling team.
You see what I'm saying? Fisk and their gymnastics, they're thriving now, but nobody's even talking about them or paying attention to them. So it's just like, it sounds good, but we finna find out the truth.
Mm.
So I think that there's going to be some eyes on J State because people want to see how they rebound. TC Taylor has brought back some excitement with, being able to retain some of those players and then having what appears to be a nice class. Um, but it just is is Wallow and what's his little sidekick, uh, Gilly? Are they going to be on the sidelines? Is Rick Ross going to be on the sidelines? Is Snoop going to still be showing up at J State games? or they're gonna be in Colorado decked in Coach Prime gear.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's about the HBCUs, right? It's about the kids. It's about the kids, right? It's about
Oh boy.
bringing. It's about bringing top. It's about bringing top
Jay
tier
Good,
talent.
you
I mean, let's be real.
you troubling the
When
waters
he
right now.
when he came in, and again, I'm not anti Prime. I like Prime, but
Mhm.
I just
And you know,
see how
I love Prime, but as a man, as a grown man that thinks for himself, you putting perspective in my head. Well, wait, hold on, wait a minute now. He got a point. But go ahead, Jay. You on the roll?
when he came in and they had the introduction, he talked about, he had the God talk and God let him hear, and he had to be amongst his people. And okay, that's cool. And then he started talking about, I want, our top talent to come back to HBCUs, come home, show them that, we can grow this. Okay, that sounds good. So, of course, naturally, as a coach, you have to be able to sell you yourself. You have to be able to sell the program and what you're going to do. That sounds good. But the second that you get an opportunity from another entity that does not share those same beliefs, they don't share those the same ideology, and of course the money is going to be better. You take that, but in the process of you taking that, you said that you wanted to bring top tier talent to HBCUs. But while you're still on the staff getting paid by HBCUs, those same students, those same prospects that you're trying to bring to Jackson State, now you're saying, hold off, don't sign nothing, don't commit nothing yet. I might be going to Boulder. So, but I thought you wanted to come to HBCU. I remember, I think it was like last year. You familiar with Isaiah? I think it's Isaiah Land for Florida A&M. He was trying to
Beast
hit
of a
the
linebacker.
he was trying
Beast.
to hit the transfer portal. It was on Twitter. He was trying to
He's
hit the
trying to go to
transfer
Florida
portal.
State. Yeah.
He was trying to hit the transfer portal. Prime quoted his tweet and lit into him saying, "Don't do that. You don't think you can go to the NFL by coming from an HBCU. You need to stay here." Yeah. Now this is documented. And then the kid, of course, he backed out and he decided to stay. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, if you can do that then, how come you can't do that now? You got a Travis Hunter to leave Jackson State to come to Colorado.
Kevin Coleman.
Kevin Coleman. What's the other kid? The other 5-star. Not saying that they would have gone to Jackson State, but I thought that that's where the pipeline was going. I thought that we were sending all the top tier athletes to there to try to bring up that particular group of schools. But it was like on his way out, the mission changed. The mission changed from, well, in Power Fives, there's not a lot of coaches that look like me. And the ones that do look like me, they're not replaced by me. They're not replaced by coaches that look like me. Of course, they're not designed for you. They're not created for you. And in its inception, it wasn't thought of for people that look like you. So yeah, you're going to see a lot of these coaches that sit in those places, that sit and hold those positions when they are fired or if they move on. Yeah, they're going to bring in somebody else that don't look like you. But that's the narrative that you're running with now. Now it's about, well, I want to. So now you want to change the look of how Power Fives and their head coaches, how they should have a black face. Why? I I, I don't know. But again, if you start asking those questions, oh, you're a hater. Oh, you hating Prime? No, I'm not hating him. I'm just asking questions. Somewhere the narrative changed. Somewhere the narrative changed from, we're going to build up these schools. We're going to get these players back to coming home, as they say, to these schools to have a better product on the field. To now it's, well, there's not a good representation of us at Power Five schools. Of course. Is the
You cut out a little bit, Jay.
Okay, I'm back. I got a call me.
No
But
problem.
yeah,
Oh,
no,
okay.
that's just I didn't mean to go off on a tangent, but that was just like things that, I
No,
think
speak your
that
truth, man.
I think that we're not really we're not really thinking in depth of. It's like, we just get caught up in the celebrity status, and it's just like, okay, well, what are we really going to do? It's like Edgerrin James is now saying, well, he was going, Ed Reed was going to do this, and we were going to help the school out. Okay, if he's not there, you still can't help the school out. You see that they need help.
Yeah, even
Why?
Shaq said he was gonna help him. What, like you about to say? If he don't come, are you gonna still help the school? If you don't go, since he's not the coach anymore?
Why do you need? Why do you need a high profile face to sit in a certain chair to reach out and make a call to help an institution?
Mm.
I mean, if it's about helping the kids, if it's about making schools better, I, I don't know. I don't get that.
Boy, these are some questions folks don't want to answer, Jay. I love it. I love it. Um, but yeah, if you genuinely and truly want to quote unquote help, your actions should show that regardless of whatever the situation is. But unfortunately, the world that we live in is if it don't benefit me, I'm not gonna do nothing for it. Unfortunately. So yeah, I seriously doubt that if these people aren't in place or involved directly with these institutions, there's not going to be any other help.
Yeah, you're right. Like you said earlier, um, is Brent is who you know. Um, all about 5 minutes of fame, even including with these celebrities. They want to be seen trying to help the HBCUs, but when that high profile coach or Hall of Famer or athlete is not going to be involved, they're not going to do anything.
What
Well,
I
I mean,
will
that's
say
again.
is this. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, what I was saying is, Michael Strahan, he donated to J State, but he went to Texas Southern. Why can't he donate to Texas Southern without a Coach Prime being at J State? I mean, I don't know.
Man, that is crazy, Coach. That is crazy. So he decided he's just gonna donate to J State instead of his own alma mater.
Yeah, I mean, at that particular time, that's what he did. But the point I'm trying to make is,
I'm
you
speechless.
know, Coach Prime is no longer at J State. Like, you still have Good Morning America money, and you're working on Fox. Like, I mean, that's two opposing networks that you're getting huge checks from. Like, you went to Texas Southern. Why can't you donate anything to TSU?
And
Yeah,
you
and
know
I
what? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm sorry. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Hopefully, and this is my naivete speaking again. Hopefully, he has actually been active and donating to his alma mater. He's just trying to help Jackson State as well. Hopefully, but I've been wrong in the past, so it wouldn't
We all
surprise
been
me if I was
wrong, but
wrong.
I wish that's the case too, Brent. I really do, because that's not the case. Man, go
he
ahead, Jay.
has he has because I believe that he made a donation that got them like a new set of uniforms at Texas Southern. Um, but I don't know, was that in response because you was helping out J State? I know that he helped, what was it, Travis Hunter with some type of NIL deal, and he helped. I believe he helped the school with the traveling attire, with the jackets and things like that. So I don't know if that was just a response to if that was in response. Okay, I'm doing something for J State. Let me do something for Texas Southern, my school. That I don't know. I mean, he did something. I will give him credit for that. Um, it's just those, like Coach said, those are questions like, what all have you done? I do know that just from reading up on Shannon Sharp for the longest, he's had like this. It's a weird, strange relationship with Savannah State, and he
Yeah,
said he says that when he first went off into the league, that the school reached out to him and was talking to him about donating. And he had an issue with that because he was like, okay, now y'all want my money. You're trying to tell me what to do and how to donate. So he had a very estranged and strained relationship with his alma mater, which here recently, I believe the past few years, they have gotten that rectified. But again, it's just like, and I don't know if he uses that as some of the venom and distaste that he has towards HBCUs, because I kind of get that feeling from Shannon when I hear him talk, and even like when he did the interview with Prime. It was kind of like setup. To me, it seemed like they were like set up softball questions to take a dump on, the institutions. And I don't know if that was because his past, dealings with the president or whoever it was that he was going back and forth with at the time. But, what is, they always talk about donating and alumni should donate. I don't know what Shannon Sharp has done from donating. But better yet, when people talk about what J State should be and their alumni should be donating to help, why did it take somebody like Dion to come in and do a new facility and practice fields and things like that? Well, Dion got his degree from Talladega. Does anybody know what type of donating that he's done to Talladega? Because it hasn't been documented. Not saying that he hasn't, but those are, again, questions. These are questions that that people have and ask. It's like we always look for opportunities to take a dump on these institutions, but these institutions are giving you opportunities to get degrees to where you can coach, giving you opportunities to put you in position to where you can be a head coach that you're going to use as a stepping stone anyway to get to where you really want to be at amongst people that really don't care for you, that only care about what you can provide and bring to them. So again, questions.
Man, man, Jay Good, you open a whole bunch of doors that a lot of people don't want to walk through. Just, but I mean it has to be done to create dialogue for things to get better. You know, like you spoke on this bill that might possibly get passed um, in the summer. It like you said, it may create pressure where it might create diamonds.
How does that affect enrollment? If
Yeah,
somebody's able to slip through the hole on some, affirmative action, okay, they're able to let me in because they want to, get their numbers in on minority. Well, if my daughter or my son or whoever it is trying to get to, let's just say, University of Arizona, but it affects them, and now they no longer have to uphold that. Where do they turn to now? Are they turning to Prairie View and Texas Southern and Grambling with their hat in hand, asking to try to continue their education? So it's like those are the questions that you have to ask, because it's like it's coming, but those are the things that you have to be thinking about. We got to be forward thinking about what happens if these things do happen. So it's just, it's unfortunate, but at the same time, don't use it as an opportunity because of someone that you like, or if it was somebody that was on your favorite team or whatever he may have done, to criticize and to, completely just downtrodden, a certain group of individuals or people.
and Brent Fox had to hop off, but I thank him so much for joining, giving his input, his perspective into the show. Um, but Jay Good, you said, man, you're saying a mouthful, man. Like you said, there's one way to find out what you about to say, Coach.
Oh no, I didn't have nothing to say, bro.
All right, well, we, man, this conversation's been good. We've been up here 4 hours, man. Uh, Usually the show is an hour long, but I mean we've been cooking so long. Jay Good, Brent Fox, Coach, y'all been cooking, man. Um, but this was a show about just a couple country boys, just shooting the breeze about sports. Mainly HBCU football. But Jay Good, anything you want to say before we get out of here?
That's a good bill, man. Good bill as always. Apologize, I got in there kind of late. I was at the movies, getting my avatar in again. But
You
I
good, man.
enjoyed I enjoyed it as always, man. I appreciate y'all for having me on.
Man, even if you can't make it, man, I appreciate you even coming by, even watching, man. I'm thank we just knew doing this. Um, so I'm just out here having me and coaches out here having fun, man. I'm blessed, man. Thank you for your presence, you and Brent. We appreciate your brothers. Coach.
Well, you can catch me here at Coach 67 Sports TV here on YouTube. I'm getting ready to upload some new videos. One video, I'm going to talking about Southern University. Another one talking about the New Orleans Saints, the Pelicans. I'm gonna do more boxing videos, because certain individuals been saying, hey, you're in LDBC, but it's mostly about Southern and HBCUs, things of that nature. So I'm gonna try to, get some videos across the board. I'm getting ready to upload. You can catch me at Coach 67 Sports TV on all social media platforms, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and primarily here on YouTube. And shout out to everybody that been rocking with us since day one. All our LDBC brethren, Brent Fox, Jay Good, everybody. And salute to the amazing, phenomenal, and awesome LDBC. We'll catch y'all again next week at the same time.
Yes, sir. Please like and subscribe. We love you guys. Y'all have a blessed Sunday. It's crazy out here. Like, subscribe, share. But with us saying that, y'all have a blessed Sunday. Thank y'all for tuning in, man. I'm really enjoying this. So y'all have a blessed day and be safe.